Good evening, everyone. This meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council is called to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Eni.
Here.
Councilmember Hudis.
Here.
Councilmember Badami.
Here.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Here.
Mayor Moore.
Here. So it's a little funny, being that this is a special meeting, verbal communications, the next item on our agenda, is only for items that are on the agenda, and we only have one item on the agenda. So we'll be taking all comments on the North 40 during the public hearing. However, if there are any comments on the agenda itself or anything else, we can accept them now. So we're opening verbal communications. I see no hands raised on Zoom. Yeah, go ahead.
I like to speak on the verbal part. I sent in stuff, and this is concerning what's going on. My dad was a civil engineer, worked for the state of California. He helped design and build bridges. He was, for the state of California for years until he had a heart attack. And this is a town. It's not a it's not a city, and you're building these. You're putting 1,000 cars right. And I sent in pictures this afternoon. This morning at 9 o'clock and 10:48, I think, or something like that, of a Google Maps, and showed the red lines right next to it and stuff like that. And my issue is with the safety, traffic safety, and when you're doing these big projects, and it's a broader look, but it's I'm opposed just because it's not safe. But I think there's better developments, better use for that thing, and this there's like 1,000 cars you're to add to that intersection, and if the meeting was posted on Friday, it's not publicly. There's not too many people here because it's not public. It should be in the newspapers. If you're to do this big of a complex things, it should be publicized so people can write in and give like 2-week notice. Anything over 30 units should have that much lead time. You're given 2 days or 3 days. I'm pretty sure I sent in stuff that should be in here, but it just seems, since last week nobody was. You had a scheduled January 6th meeting. This could have been on January 6th as one of the agenda items, and then moved to a special council. So it just doesn't make sense. And my issue is I don't think you're giving the public in general enough time. I'm not a public speaker. I'm not stuff like that. But it just doesn't seem like it's fair for the public. There's not that many people here. I would expect if this went out on that intersection because of the beach traffic and all the people going through that. We already have problems. We talked to Where's Kansas up on the screen. We can talk to them and say, hey, they said, hey, one of our biggest things was the traffic in the school and school safety. Okay, bye. Thanks.
Thank you. So I did see 2 hands pop up on Zoom. Just to clarify, we are hoping to take comments on the North 40 during the next item, which is the public hearing. If you're hoping to speak on the North 40, you can lower your hand and we'll open up public communications in just another few minutes. I'm still seeing 1 hand on Zoom. And it's gone. Okay. So now we will move to the public hearing, and we have 2 staff presentations to kick us off.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a mixed-use development consisting of 450 units distributed amongst 19 separate buildings. The application is being processed under Senate Bill 330, is subject to the State Housing Accountability Act, and qualifies for 2 incentives or concessions and unlimited waivers under density bonus law. The 15.65-acre site is included in the site's inventory of the housing element and is zoned North 40 specific plan with the housing element overlay zone. The scope of the application proposes the construction of a mixed-use residential building with approximately 7,874 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor, along with 255 rental apartment units. Construction of a 100% affordable housing building consisting of 67 rental apartments for lower-income households, along with 1 unit for an on-site manager. Construction of 127 townhomes, construction of 2 commercial buildings totaling approximately 7,200 square feet, and a centralized open space identified as the Meadow, which contains an outdoor pavilion, a pedestrian path, and active recreation uses, including a garden, amphitheater, and play space. The townhome buildings are proposed at 3 stories, ranging in height from 44 feet 3 inches to 48 feet 9 inches. The 100% affordable housing building is proposed at 5 stories with a maximum height of 62 feet 5 inches, and the mixed-use building is proposed at 7 stories with a maximum height of 99 feet 8 inches. The 2 commercial buildings are proposed to be 1 story, ranging in height from 25 feet to 27 feet. The project includes 10 affordable units in the mixed-use building and 67 affordable units in the 100% affordable housing building. The applicant has implemented the parking requirements provided through state density bonus law for the mixed-use building and the townhomes, which require a total of 527 parking spaces. The project includes 768 spaces within the mixed-use building parking garage, street parking, a surface parking lot, and private garages. The applicant has requested 2 concessions through state density bonus law. The first concession is to allow residential uses on the ground floor of buildings, as the North 40 specific plan presently prohibits residential uses in the Northern District. The second concession is to deviate from the town's below market rate program guidelines. The town's guidelines provide that affordable units are to be provided concurrently with the market rate units. A number of waivers are also requested as detailed in Exhibit 8 of Attachment 3 for setbacks, building height, and several objective design standards. The project was evaluated pursuant to the no net loss law, and it was found that the cumulative impact of the project on the capacity of the housing element creates a negative surplus in the very low income category. Therefore, the town is required to identify additional sites to accommodate the remaining RHNA should this project be approved. Lastly, in accordance with Section 15183 of the CEQA guidelines, an initial study checklist was prepared to provide project-level consideration of potential new or more severe significant impacts associated with the proposed project to determine whether the project is within the scope of the activities evaluated in the 2040 General Plan EIR and would trigger any of the criteria in CEQA Guidelines Section 15183. The initial study included several project-level technical reports that were peer-reviewed by the town and its consultants. The initial study determined that the project's environmental impacts have been considered in the 2040 General Plan EIR, and pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15183, no additional environmental review is necessary. On April 30th, the Planning Commission held a special meeting to consider the request, take public comment, and discuss the project. The Planning Commission continued the item to a date uncertain pending completion of the environmental analysis. On October 29th, the Planning Commission reviewed the project and voted 5-2 to forward a recommendation to the Council to approve the project with modified conditions of approval. A full discussion of these recommendations were included in your staff report. An addendum was provided yesterday with additional public comments, a technical assistance letter from the State Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as modified conditions of approval that were provided in track changes. A desk item was also provided today with additional correspondence from the applicant's legal counsel, as well as public comments. Staff recommends that the council accept the Planning Commission recommendation and adopt a resolution making the required findings and approving the application subject to the conditions of approval provided in Attachment 15. In addition to planning staff, the town's environmental consultant is in attendance this evening, along with staff from the Parks and Public Works Department. This concludes my presentation, and I'd like to have the town attorney provide background on the regulatory framework. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Gabrielle Whelan, town attorney, and I have a brief overview to provide of the applicable state laws. And I wanted to let the council know that also available on Zoom is Rick Jarvis with the law firm of Jarvis Fay, who has been advising the town with regard to CEQA, and Nazanin Salehi with the law firm of Goldfarb and Littman, who has been advising the town with regard to other land use questions. So I'll start with the first slide of the PowerPoint presentation. This application is related to the following 4 state housing laws. And so I'll give a brief overview of each of these. The first is Senate Bill 330. The second is the Housing Accountability Act. The third is Density Bonus Law. And the fourth is the California Environmental Quality Act, which we'll be referring to as CEQA. Next slide, please. So the first applicable law is Senate Bill 330, and that is legislation that authorizes applicants to submit an SB 330 preliminary application. And what that means is once they've submitted a preliminary application with all the required information, the applicant vests to any town development standards that were in place at the time that that complete preliminary application was deemed submitted. Next slide, please. Senate Bill 330 also requires applicants to provide replacement units for existing units on the site that are currently occupied by low-income households or were occupied by low-income households within the past 5 years. Next slide, please. This project vested to the development standards in place when its preliminary application was submitted and is therefore an SB 330 project. Are there any questions about the impact of SB 330 before I go to the next slide? Okay, so I will move on. I've moved the slides regarding the State Housing Accountability Act to the very end of the presentation because the most important law affecting this project is State Density Bonus Law. And so the State Density Bonus Law provides that depending upon the level of affordability, applicants who provide the required levels of affordable housing are eligible for density bonuses, incentives and concessions, and unlimited waivers. This particular applicant is not seeking to utilize any density increase. However, the state law does provide that even if you don't seek the density increase, you're allowed to use the incentives, concessions, and waivers so long as you're providing the required percentage of affordable housing. Next slide, please. And so the statute defines incentives and concessions to be reductions in town development standards, and this can include reductions in setback, reductions in parking. The caveat that is that a requested incentive or concession needs to result in an identifiable and actual cost reduction because the purpose of the statute is to reduce developer costs so that the developer can provide affordable housing. Next slide, please. And there are other things that constitute incentives or concessions, but this applicant is seeking deviations from town development standards. Next slide, please. The state density bonus law also provides that applicants are entitled to unlimited waivers that would have the effect of quote unquote physically precluding the development. And in recent years, there have been questions as to whether that means physically precluding any development or physically precluding the development as proposed by the applicant. And that question was decided in the case of Bankers Hill versus City of San Diego. And the court held that the statute means, would it have the effect of physically precluding the development as proposed by the applicant? Next slide, please. And so by way of example, one of the waivers that this applicant is seeking is a deviation from the town's setback requirement. There's a specific plan requirement that buildings within 50 feet of Los Gatos Boulevard be limited to 25 feet in height. And this applicant is seeking a waiver from that standard. Next slide, please. Are there any questions regarding density bonus law? Okay, next slide. And another legal issue associated with this project is how to analyze its environmental impacts under CEQA. This project is utilizing CEQA guideline section 15183, and that is a provision that authorizes applicants to tier from previous environmental impact reports under specified circumstances. Next slide, please. In order to use section 15183, the project must be consistent with the density established by existing zoning, community plan, or general plan policies for which an EIR was certified. Next slide, please. This project is consistent with the density that was prescribed in the town's housing element, and that town's housing element utilized an environmental impact report that was prepared for the town's 2040 general plan. In order to use section 15183, the town first needs to determine whether there are any project-specific significant impacts which are peculiar to the project or to the site. And if there are, those impacts must be analyzed. Next slide, please. The town prepared an initial study which determined that there were no project or site-specific significant environmental impacts that had not been studied in the EIR that was done for the 2040 general plan. As a result, this project is tiering from the EIR that was done for the town's 2040 general plan. Next slide, please. At the Planning Commission meetings, we did receive public comment asking about the traffic impacts of the proposed project. And so I did want to note that the town does analyze transportation impacts separately from its CEQA analysis. And I wanted to provide this chart of which other projects were considered when the transportation impacts of this project were analyzed. Next slide, please. And are there any questions on CEQA? Okay. And then with regard to the Housing Accountability Act, this project is not relying on the Housing Accountability Act, which is also colloquially referenced as the builder's remedy. And so the housing, but just for informational purposes, and as you probably know, the Housing Accountability Act provides that the town cannot deny, reduce the density of, or impose conditions that would render projects with an affordable housing component infeasible. And I think I'll leave it with that much information regarding the Housing Accountability Act in case further questions, unless further questions come up during the public hearing portion of the meeting. And are there any questions for me before we move on? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask the town council now if there are any clarifying questions for staff before we open the public hearing. Yes, Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. Can staff provide the date of vesting as an SB 330 project? And I'm looking to see, was it prior to certification from the HCD of our housing element that was certified?
Thank you for that question. This application vested on April 18th of 2023, which was prior to the town receiving certification of its housing element.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rennie and then Hudis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two questions related to the desk items, so they're new things I haven't seen before and need a little more time to think about it. Maybe the easier one first. Amongst the communication in our desk item, there was one from Commissioner Birch mentioning conditions of approval. She says she was hoping something like construction vehicles cannot park and idle on Los Gatos Boulevard or Lark while waiting to deliver our off-haul materials from the site. The trucks either park and turn off or pulled onto the project site to wait for drop-off or pickup. And we may talk about this more later, but when I read this, I thought I already saw that included. So that was my question is this already included in our conditions of approval? And I understand this might be a little bit early to ask this question, but
Yeah, thank you for that question. So staff did include something in the conditions of approval to address this. We did receive a public comment from Commissioner Birch, which stated that what staff included wasn't quite what she intended. And so she included revised language. We've shared that with our Parks and Public Works Department, and so they're prepared to answer for that and discuss.
Okay, so maybe we'll come back to that later. If I go to my second question from desk item, this one is from the town attorney, which is a long string email between the attorney and different people at HCD, half of which or most of which I've seen, but the last bit I have not seen. It's from Melinda at HCD, and it says, "Hello, Gabrielle." I'll read part of it and then get to the question. Yesterday, HCD sent the town a technical assistance letter on whether the North 40 Phase 2 project, as proposed, seeks and agrees to construct units for the purpose of the state density bonus law. And I think you've sent us an email, so I get that portion of it. But then it goes on to say, HCD wishes to clarify that the proposed condition of approval would have allowed the town to issue no more than 127 certificates of occupancy prior to the date upon which the affordable development becomes fully funded, including the award and acceptance of tax credits. The overall analysis and conclusion of the letter has not changed. And I bring this up because this, I think, is a key sticking point that the applicant also said something about. I believe staff's recommendation is when building permits are issued and the developer prefers what's written here, that it is tied to when funding is received for the site. What I'm trying to understand, if HCD is not using very precise language when they say the condition of approval would have allowed the town to issue no more. I don't understand what they're trying to say here.
Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to speak with HCD about the email, but we have had discussions with HCD regarding state density bonus law, because state density bonus law does require that applicants, quote unquote, seek and agree to build affordable housing in order to qualify for the incentives, concessions, and waivers that are available under state density bonus law. And so initially, the town's take on that language, seeks and agrees, was that means that they will actually be constructing the affordable housing units. And so staff had originally planned to condition the project such that at all times, 17%, which is the percentage of affordable housing being provided, 17% of the units constructed would need to be affordable so that the proportion was met all the way through the development. And subsequent to that, the applicant contacted the State Department of Housing and Community Development. And so the town had a call with the State Department of Housing and Community Development on this issue. And during that call, HCD said that it was their opinion that seeks and agrees means that the applicant has applied for a project that includes the required percentage of affordable units. And so the town staff asked for that opinion in writing, which was provided. And so based on that written opinion provided by HCD, town staff revised the proposed condition of approval to state that the applicant could build 127 market rate townhome units, but would need to pull building permits for the affordable units before being allowed to proceed any further. And so subsequent to that, the applicant contacted the town to say that their preference would be that the obligation be to obtain financing for the affordable units via tax credits, and that be the trigger rather than pulling building permits. And so then the applicant can speak to this as well. Subsequent to that, the applicant recontacted HCD. And so HCD contacted the town today to say it's HCD's opinion that a reasonable condition would be that the applicant can continue building once they've obtained full financing for the affordable units, rather than pulling building permits.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll just say, I think we'll get into this. This is one of the, I think, kind of cruxes of our public hearing this evening, and so we'll get into this after public comment. Councilmember Hudas.
Yeah, thank you. There are some desk items. Councilmember Rennie referred to some of them. But my question is there recent correspondence from HCD, the applicant, and the town attorney that were not available within 48 hours of this hearing?
Yes, there is a letter that was received from the applicant regarding this condition on Monday. And then the town received the written opinion from HCD also on Monday. And then this afternoon, the town received an additional email from HCD. And then also the town was copied on, or actually the applicant wrote to the town today with comments on the condition of approval that's at issue.
So I'm a little confused about why we're holding this hearing now. This information has not been available to the public, certainly to the public and to the council. And for those who would like to see affordable housing built, not just words said about it, these are very important issues to understand from a legal perspective. So I'm curious why staff recommended going forward with this hearing without having a response from HCD.
I will say that in the town's call with HCD, there was reference to the concept of unreasonable delay under the State Housing Accountability Act. And so the town did not want to have any allegations that it was causing unreasonable delay.
Just one follow-up to that. Do you feel, in your legal opinion, that it's unreasonable to delay a hearing when we haven't received key feedback from HCD? Would that be considered unreasonable?
The hearing for tonight was scheduled prior to any of this correspondence with HCD. In my opinion, it would not be unreasonable if the council felt it was important to continue tonight's hearing. I do not feel that that would constitute an unreasonable delay in light of the most recent correspondence.
Okay, thank you. And I will be asking for a continuance for a number of reasons, but I do I appreciate coming forward with that, because a continuance is actually a penalty for the town because it uses one of the 5 hearings that were allowed. Whereas if staff had just not scheduled the meeting, waiting for a response from HCD, which magically appeared within 24 hours of the hearing, we would not be in the position of using one of these. But I just wanted to, kind of assure the public that we are trying to be as open and transparent about this as possible. And so if there's critical correspondence about this particular very important issue, it needs to be made available to the public before the council jumps in and makes a decision.
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I mean, there's a lot of back and forth. I'm curious, in terms of what we heard from HCD, this letter that came today, because it sounds like we keep asking more questions, does it differ materially from what was heard on a phone call before this meeting was set?
My recollection of the phone call is that at that time, it would have been acceptable for the town to issue the 127 market rate townhome permits, and then for the trigger to be pulling building permits for the affordable units. But based on this afternoon's correspondence, HCD is of the opinion that a better trigger would be that the affordable units have been fully financed.
Okay, and then the concession requested by the developer has always been the tax credits?
The concession, in the letter of justification, the applicant speaks to the concessions that they're looking to seek. And one of the concessions was that they'd be able to build 127 market rate townhomes prior to receiving financing for the affordable units. And it didn't reference tax credits specifically, it referenced financing.
Okay, so it's a matter of the definition of how we're going to look at this.
Because the proposed condition of approval states that once 127 market rate townhomes have been built, if the Eden project has not been built at that time, the affordable units will need to be included in the multifamily apartment building instead. And so the applicant's ask is that it instead say that the affordable units need to be included in the multifamily building only if the financing has not been obtained for the Eden housing project. So that the trigger would be financing as opposed to actually pulling building permits for the Eden housing project.
Okay, so does that mean if the Eden building gets the financing, but the Grosvenor building goes forward first, it does not need to incorporate? I must have misread the conditions of approval.
What the applicant is proposing is that the multifamily, and ultimately we can ask the applicant during the public hearing, but my understanding of the applicant's ask is that they not be required to include the affordable units in the multifamily apartment building once they've fully funded the Eden housing project.
Okay, I'll have questions for the developer. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move forward and open the public hearing. So how the public hearing will run, for everyone's information, is the applicant will have 5 minutes to present to the town council. Then every member of the public will have 3 minutes to present any comments they wish on this project. And then the applicant will have 3 minutes at the end to respond to any comments that they heard. So can the applicant please come forward?
Good evening, Town Council members. Thank you for hearing our presentation. My name is Steve O'Connell. I'm the Chief Executive for Grosvenor's North American business, and I am really thrilled to be here for what could be the final hearing of the North 40 Phase 2. I do have some slides to go through, but what I'm hoping comes through in the presentation is really 3 main points. The first is that we've been working on this project for a very long time. It's been 17 years. And over that 17 years, we've always tried to work very collaboratively with the town and the community. And that stands right up until today, where we have submitted this application and we are not invoking the builder's remedy. The second big point I'd like to make is that we're really proud of the application we've submitted. It's a very high quality project with some great public amenity. It delivers affordable housing, and very importantly, it meets the town's housing element needs. So we're really proud of the package we put together. And then lastly, the last main point I hope comes across, on the affordable housing, we're really proud to be working with Eden Housing again to provide much needed affordable housing here. But it does come with some constraints in that we are under time pressure to get our application for that affordable housing financing submitted. So ideally, we would secure approvals this evening, which will allow us to get that affordable financing application in. So with those 3 main points, I hope they come across as I run through some slides very quickly, given the timing. This shows the timeline of the history of the project for the North 40. The town started working on it in the 1990s, but we became engaged in 2008. And you can see some key milestones there for Phase 1 and the EIR and that type of thing. But the bottom half of the page shows our Phase 2 application and some key dates, all culminating in our October 29th Planning Commission approval, which has led us here to the meeting this evening. A slide on the certified housing element. When we first started pursuing Phase 2, we had a lower unit count for the Phase 2 development, but concurrently the town is working through their housing element plan, and we again chose to work collaboratively with the town and amend our application so that we are strictly in keeping with the housing element and meeting the general plan EIR while also staying within the design guidelines of the housing element. So we're pretty proud that we've pulled this package together in collaboration with the town to meet the housing element needs. And this is a site overview. This has been reviewed in great detail in many meetings, so I won't go into it. I'll just point the overall housing count and how large a chunk of that housing is affordable units. And then I'll draw your attention to the center of the site where we have the large green area. It's a large public amenity called the Meadow. And I'll just go to the next slide because that meadow is the heart of the project. And it's connected to Phase 1 through a paseo, which will be open to the public. We're providing 16,000 square feet of community serving retail. And just like Phase 1, we have a network of bicycle paths and pedestrian walkways that connect us to Phase 1, but also connect us to the town of Los Gatos and the greater region. So we're really happy with the final proposal and the development. Just a note on affordability, we are really thrilled to be working with Eden Housing again on the second phase of the North 40. They are a best-in-class affordable housing developer, and they have proven with their track record in California, here in Los Gatos, and specifically on Phase 1, that they can execute and operate at a very high level of quality. We're thrilled to be working with them, and we're really happy with this 25% allocation of affordable housing for people with intellectual and developmental needs. So this is a very strong and compelling part of our application. And I'll, again, just emphasize that we are under some timing pressure. And Eden Housing is here this evening, so they can help explain what that timing pressure is for us to get our financing application in. And lastly, we've been working on the project for 17 years. It's been a very long engagement. We can't come to where we've come to tonight without a team of a lot of people working together. And there are representatives of all of these companies here with us this evening. And we've all come expressly to answer any questions that you may have on the project. So we are at your disposal. And I'll just end it by saying thank you again for considering our project. I hope you do find that we have, over these 17 years, worked very collaboratively with the town to arrive at where we are today, which we think is a very high-quality project that meets the town's housing element needs and provides much-needed affordable housing to the community. So thank you very much. Our team is all here. Many of you are familiar with Eric, who's our representative. He's probably going to be fielding the questions and directing different people in responses. So I will turn it back to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I tried to organize my questions into different areas. I wanted to maybe start with some of the legal areas and also the affordable housing requirements. So does this application fall under builder's remedy?
I'll just say that the last thing you want to do is hear me talking about legal things, so I am going to hand it over to Eric to answer those questions.
Thank you, Steve, and good evening. Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Eric Phillips. I'm a land use lawyer at the firm of Burke Williams Sorensen, and I'll be happy to offer my opinion on that. So the project, as we heard in response to question during the staff presentation, the project did submit its preliminary application before the town received certification of its housing element. Notwithstanding that, the project is consistent with the housing element, both as it stood in its adopted form at the time of the application submittal and as it was subsequently certified. However, because we do have that earlier vesting date, the project is protected by the Builder's Remedy and the Housing Accountability Act. However, as was noted during Steve's presentation, we've not invoked those particular protections because we don't have to. Because the project is consistent with the land use designation and the density that the town adopted in its housing element, it's not necessary for us to invoke these additional protections that the state offers for the project because we already have that consistency with the town's adopted plan.
Okay, thank you. If I might follow up on that. So you say you're not invoking at this time. If the project were denied, would you just resubmit or invoke builder's remedy or AB 1893, which is the revision to builder's remedy?
Those are all certainly options. Our hope is that the project would not be denied. If it were, I think the town would face severe legal consequences and penalties unless it were able to make those very specific findings specified in the Housing Accountability Act. There's a range of options that we would have after that happened. Our hope is that we never need to reach any of those, and that because the project is consistent with the town's land use designations, it's simply approved, and that remains a moot issue.
Okay, I'll ask again. If it were not approved, if it were denied, would you resubmit under builder's remedy?
We have, as I said, we have a variety of options. We don't know exactly which ones we would indicate. We could file a lawsuit. We could refile. The state could intervene with a lawsuit. We don't need to entertain those hypotheticals unless and until the town violates the Housing Accountability Act, and we sincerely hope that that does not happen.
Okay, I don't think I'm getting an answer to that. I have some other questions, but I'd like to make sure other people have an opportunity.
Sure. So we'll go to Councilmember Rennie first.
I'll just follow up. I think it was kind of presented by staff that Builder's Remedy equals Housing Accountability Act, and that's not really the case. The Housing Accountability Act has a lot more in it. I'll let you answer instead of staff because I think I'll get the same answer. But in fact, when North 40 Phase 1 came up, we denied it, and under the Housing Accountability Act, the court required us to come back and approve it. That wasn't a Builder's Remedy project. So I think Mr. Hudis was asking, do you need to use Builder's Remedy? And I think that your answer was, but not clearly, you don't need to use Builder's Remedy because the Housing Accountability Act is already protecting you. Is that?
Thank you. That is also correct. So setting aside the Builder's Remedy, as you said, Council Member, the Housing Accountability Act applies to all housing development projects. And because of the level of affordability that this housing development project includes, it has special protections under the Housing Accountability Act. There's a very narrow set of findings that would need to be made if the town were to deny it or condition it in a way that would make it infeasible. All of that applies irrespective of the Builder's Remedy. So it's not necessary for us to invoke those provisions, again, because the town said that this site was designated for high-density residential housing, and that's exactly what is being proposed. Because it's consistent with the town's land use designations adopted in the housing element, it's not necessary for us to invoke the Builder's Remedy. The Housing Accountability Act, the other provisions of the Housing Accountability Act provide ample protection.
Okay, thank you. That did match my understanding, although I asked maybe the enemy's lawyer instead. But I do have another question, but I can come back to it later.
Go ahead.
Mine's a little bit bigger question, probably not for the attorney. Under the recommendations, town's recommendation or staff's recommendation on page 15, it has 4 sections of modifications. My question is whether the developer is in agreement with those 4 recommendations. They're recommendations for modifications, and I could read them, but they're about a page long. And it's on page 15 of 18 on staff's report today. It involves modifying condition 3, modify condition 6, deed restriction and covenant, and that's a new one, and modify conditions to 5. Are you in agreement with all of those?
Thank you. So for the most part, yes, that the updates to the conditions of approval were consistent with what we heard at the Planning Commission meeting. I understand that one of the planning commissioners has a further clarification to the hauling and parking. The planning commissioner's changes make sense to us. We would support her request. Apart from that, the commitment to set aside a percentage of the affordable housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, we certainly support. The idea of the deed restriction and the covenant, that's a new condition that the town is recommending to apply. We don't necessarily think that it's additive or required. We don't oppose the condition, however. We're willing to accept it if the town feels it increases its level of security in the delivery of the affordable housing, because that certainly is our goal as well. The one modification is what we highlighted in our letter. I just want to clarify the timeline for this a little bit. We submitted our density bonus concession request with our proposed timing, which matches what's in the letter that we submitted today, on September 3rd of 2025, so more than 3.5 months ago. And we did propose that the affordable housing completion milestone be the acceptance of a tax credit award by the 100% affordable housing building. And our one modification, requested modification to the conditions of approval, is that it be updated to match that concession request that we submitted way back in September. And so we did send a letter today to re-ask that in light of the town's updated conditions, but I push back on the idea that that's new information or a new request, because it relates directly back to our September 3rd submittal.
Thank you. And there has been a lot of discussion, because this is an important item and a little bit unusual that, we want to make sure we get our affordable units, and, you're asking for concessions and waivers based on building these units. Well, if they don't happen and you get those waivers, we're going to feel bad. So I know it's been a lengthy negotiation process, so I appreciate your patience there, and I think I understand where we are now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Go to Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I guess one of the things I've been grappling with is the back and forth about the trigger being the tax credits or the building permit. And I'm not a developer. I don't understand, what the different, I know they're different. I don't know which one is harder to get, or if you get the tax credits, it doesn't guarantee the building will be built. If you get the building permit, it doesn't guarantee a building will be built. There are no guarantees. But can you explain to me how they work and why there would be a concern if our condition were set one way or the other, and what the implications of that are?
Yeah, thank you. So what we're requesting is for a little bit of additional flexibility in the timing, though in our opinion, that extra flexibility does not reduce the amount of security that the town has, that the project would continue to develop and deliver the affordable housing component, and I'll explain why. So the way that we've proposed our condition of approval, or the modification to the deed restriction, is that, again, the project be permitted to develop a relatively small percentage of the overall units. 127 of the 450 could develop first. That's necessary for financing and feasibility. That was discussed at length at the Planning Commission hearing, and I think everyone's on the same page that can move forward as the first phase. Then what we say is that after that, the project can't continue. The multifamily building, which would have the majority of the rest of the market rate units, can't be developed unless and until the 100% affordable housing building, either the earlier of pulling its building permits or accepts a tax credit allocation. And once it's accepted that tax credit allocation, what that means is that they are on a strict deadline of 180 days to close on their land, close on their financing, pull all of their building permits, and commence construction. And at that time, when they close on their construction financing, they would have both payment and performance bonds and a financial completion guarantee so that we know that the project is going to be completed. So the acceptance of a tax credit award is really once the point in the process where there's an end in sight. We have a very definitive answer that, yes, the project is going to start building within 6 months and be completed at the end of that construction period. The building permit often comes at the close of the financing. So it could be a delay of, say, 6 months after the award of the tax credit until the building permits are pulled. The reason that we would like to have the ability to go forward with the multifamily building that 6 months earlier is because that 6-month period actually costs the developer and the landowner quite a bit of money. The carrying costs on a property this size are extremely significant. And so that additional 6 months can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not over $1 million in carrying costs. And that could be the difference between a feasible multifamily mixed income building and a project that no longer works. So that 6 months is actually quite significant to us.
Okay, that makes sense. If I can have a follow-on question, because maybe I read the conditions of approval incorrectly. I also thought that there could be an option that the mixed income building, if that were built first, would just contain all 77 below market units. And so that could, so I don't understand how that could happen if that cannot start construction if.
So no, you're exactly right. So I was focused on, let's say, option A. The conditions of approval do also include an option B if the standalone affordable housing is delayed, but market conditions support going forward on the multifamily building. We have proposed the option, and the conditions of approval reflect this, that all of the affordable housing for the project be included in that multifamily building up front, so that it's just one other flexibility, one other request for flexibility, because there's so little that the developer actually controls in terms of the timing of the market demand and availability. We want to be able to move forward and deliver both each component of the project and the affordable housing as early as possible, and once the market allows us to do that. So that would be an option B, that if for some reason the 100% affordable piece is delayed, we would absorb all of the affordability into that multifamily building if the market conditions let us move that forward first.
Okay, I might be hearing this in the wrong order, so I don't know if this is a question for staff. It sounded like when the first scenario you described says that until you get, in your case, until you get the tax credits, or in the town's case, until you pull the building permit for the Eden building, you can't start on the Grosvenor building. But it sounds like you can start on the Grosvenor building.
That's true. You're correct. So I oversimplified somewhat.
Okay.
We couldn't start on the multifamily building unless we started on it and put all of the affordable in the multifamily building. So that still is a safety valve on that issue as well.
Okay, so then what is the downside if we go to building permit versus tax credit?
It increases the commitment and basically the subsidy that the multifamily building needs to provide. So it increases the amount of the hurdles that we would need to fully finance and have that piece be feasible. So having the flexibility to do either piece first and potentially get a jump start on the multifamily building once the 100% affordable is assured of delivery helps time the market a little bit better and builds in that flexibility for things that are outside of our control.
Okay, and I do understand with building, almost everything's outside of your control in this economic environment. Okay, thank you. I think I understand.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. I want to talk about the waiver on height for the tall building on Los Gatos Boulevard, and I don't know if your landscape architect is here tonight.
Yeah, we have both the landscape architect and the building architect. We have a full technical team who can help respond to that depending on what the questions are.
Okay, so I'm looking at the Planning Commission transcripts for the meeting that was held on October 29th of 2025. And the architect, and I don't have the name of which one, I probably should have gone back and confirmed it from the video, but they state that it really complies with the objective development standards for setbacks for buildings. I need you to elaborate on that, because they're talking about the dimension from the base of the building at the ground floor to the street curb is 38 feet.
Yeah, so we'll pull up, if it's possible to go back to the slide deck and pull up slide 18. And while you're doing that, I will ask for the project architect to join us, and he can walk us through the dimensions of that diagram and provide further clarity for you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name's Rich Cazono with Hellemanis Architects. We're the architects for the multifamily building. And if you could pull up that slide regarding the building heights.
It takes a sec. We'll just give it.
So in this diagram, Los Gatos Boulevard is at the lower part of the page, along with C5 Street on the right side. And if you notice that dimension, there's a 30-foot dimension that's from Los Gatos Boulevard. The building is set back 30 feet. And that complies, it's not the objective design standards, it's the North 40 specific plan requirements, which requires a 30-foot setback from Los Gatos Boulevard. So that complies. Additionally, the building area above the second floor is set back an additional 5 feet. So that's where you see that 5 feet dimension. So from the second floor above, it's actually 35 feet setback. And that's pretty much the front yard setback from the street. So it wasn't the objective design standards, it's the North 40 specific plan requirements for building setbacks, which this building complies.
Thank you for your clarification.
All right.
Okay, and while we have the architect, are there any other architectural questions? Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I'd like to continue with that one. So why does the staff report state that it's set back 20 feet?
I don't know. You'll have to ask the staff, but we are complying with a 30-foot setback from Los Gatos Boulevard.
Didn't you request a waiver regarding that?
Well, I think the confusion was, I think the current standards are if you're required to set back a minimum of, I think there's one slide that said 20 feet setback, and there's a maximum height limit of 40 or 60 feet. But that was a previous standard, so we're not focused on that.
Well, we'll have to follow up with staff because it is one of the items that's in your justification letter. I did have some other questions about the architecture and the configuration of the buildings. This relates to the building, several of the streets that have a dead end. The streets, let's see, D1, D2, I believe, and some others, those are dead-end streets. I believe that the plan states that they are 20 feet in width. And my question is, can you make a U-turn to get out of those streets with a 20-foot width?
Are these the streets where the townhomes are? I don't have a, is there any way of pulling up a site plan that would show that? Slide 4.
It's in the plans that you submitted.
I think that's a civil question, actually.
Yeah, so there's,
Can you zoom in and see the name of the streets that are in the upper left-hand corner?
while we're doing that, I will say that our team's civil engineers online, but also we have a big architecture team. Another person here can probably help answer the question. I did also, as we're pulling that graphic up, want to help clarify the waiver request that is in our justification letter. It has to do with the building height within 25 feet of Los. There's a building height of 25 feet for buildings located within 50 feet of Los Gatos Boulevard, and we are exceeding that height limit. But so there is that relationship to the setback, but our waiver request is specific to the height within that area, not for a deviation from the setback distance itself. But here,
Hello, Eric Muzzy from Dolan Architecture. We're the architect for the townhomes and affordable building. In response to the question about the dead-end drive aisles, anywhere with a dead end longer than 150 feet has a hammerhead turnaround configuration. Any dead end where there's not room to turn around, that's only 20 feet wide, there would be room. They would be expected to back out, and if that dead end's less than 150 feet, that's what's required.
And are you familiar with phase 1 of the North 40?
Generally, but I wasn't involved in the design of that phase.
Okay, so I am familiar. I spent some time over there. There are dead-end streets like that on the plans show 18 feet, but they actually are less. They're 16 feet 8 inches. It's impossible to make a K-turn or a U-turn. The only way to do that is if the garage is open, and obviously you'd have to be the resident of that particular house. So I'm interested in how someone gets out of those streets if there was a fire in a garage on one of those streets. Is it possible to make a U-turn or a K-turn on the width of those streets?
yeah, so every street, both the alleys that load to the townhomes and the main streets have adequate turnaround, and importantly, meet all of the fire department standards. And the fire department reviewed the entire circulation plan, the street sections, and the turnaround, and concluded that everything met fire and safety codes. So that concern has been analyzed and addressed.
I'm sure they analyzed phase 1 as well. Would you be willing to make those streets wide enough to make a K-turn or U-turn in case someone needed to escape from there?
Again, there is already adequate turnaround space with all of the streets, and increasing their width further than what's shown or required would cost density. It would require the reduction of the unit count, so that's not something that's feasible for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Badami. And then I think what's best is we can open the public hearing, hear from the public, and then the applicant will come back up and we can continue asking questions. Go ahead.
Question about the affordable units, if I may, that
Sure,
were kind of on the
so
line of what.
We'll go to Councilmember Badami first, then
Okay.
then we'll open the public hearing.
Thank you.
I want to talk about the narrow widths of the streets, because I drove out there today. So in full disclosure, I did tour the site today. And I drove from Watkins Way and turned onto Watkins Drive and had to back up at the same time to exit as a Tesla entered to access his garage. And I noted, I don't consider a Tesla that big of a car, but he couldn't navigate a turn into his own garage. He had to put the car in reverse, and as he did that, he almost took out a tree on the other side, opposite. So I'm just a little concerned about the width of those streets as well. I find it somewhat not safe after what I encountered today. That's more of a statement than a question, but I had to put that on the record, and in full disclosure, I did tour the site today.
Okay, and although there wasn't really a question, I will again reassure that the civil engineering team did do a full turning radius analysis on each of the streets using a Jeep, a vehicle quite a bit larger than the Tesla you were describing, and found that there was adequate turnaround space and access to everything that was shown on the site plan. So we think that again, this is an issue that has been fully analyzed and we've worked to address.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to the affordable units. If only 127 market rate townhomes are produced, which is, I think, all of the townhomes, and nothing else is done, how many affordable units will be produced?
Well, at that point, there would be no affordable housing produced because the affordable housing is in the standalone building and/or the multifamily building.
And so it would be possible to stop the project after producing and selling the 127 townhomes and not provide any affordable housing. Is that correct?
Although that would be possible, that would not be the desired outcome because of the amount of investment required in infrastructure to develop those 127 townhomes, that without completing the development and building all of the market rate units that have been proposed, there's not enough return to really make this a viable project. So the developer is highly incentivized to build the entire project so that it has the opportunity to have the full market rate program that's proposed. Again, the project would only be allowed 27% of the units under this condition of approval. That's a very small percentage. It's significantly smaller than what the town required in phase one. It puts a big financial burden on that first phase and creates a strong incentive to develop the rest of the market rate units, which could only be done once the affordable housing has been delivered.
If I had one follow-up on that, and that relates to the relationship between Grosvenor and Eden. Is there anything you can tell us about the business relationship between Grosvenor and Eden that would link the properties such that affordable housing will be built? For example, does Grosvenor control the land where the Eden building would be built, and has it donated that land to Eden Housing?
So there's different levels of control. Grosvenor is the applicant for the entire property. They have the consent of the current property owner to apply for entitlements that would encumber all of the property, inclusive of the 100% affordable building. And then, yeah, the plan to go forward is that there would be both a deed restriction and an affordable housing agreement that sets out the exact timing for when the donation would occur, when financing would close. And frankly, one advantage of having that be pushed out a little bit into the future would be if there are unforeseen delays or for some reason Eden Housing is unable to perform the way that they have on phase one, the way that they have throughout their career. The reason they've been picked is because they don't run into these types of delays. But should that happen, should there be a failure to move the project forward, we would have the option to find a different partner or find a different solution to deliver that affordable housing, again, so that the project can be completed and the rest of the market rate program can be unlocked.
So if this truly were one project, couldn't Grosvenor have donated that land to an affordable housing developer now rather than at another time?
I'm not sure what that question means. I mean, it is one project. It's under single ownership. There's one single application for all of the components of the project. It's fully integrated. So I'm not sure what you actually are asking there.
Well, if you don't agree that it's one project or not, can you explain whether or why Grosvenor hasn't donated the land for affordable development at this point?
They don't own all of the property yet. So it's not, they have an agreement with the property owner to acquire it and develop it. The property owner has consented to submitting the application for development. So it's not, the way that big multi-phase development projects like this work is first they have to be entitled, and then we can work on progressing through with the financing and the other real estate mechanisms to implement them. But the first step, and probably the most important to moving the affordable housing forward, is completing the entitlement process so that we can perfect both the financing and the real estate deal to make all of that work.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll have plenty of time for more questions after we hear from the public, but we'll go to the public for now, and I'll just begin with saying the town of Los Gatos strives to ensure that all speakers and perspectives are heard in our council chambers, so accordingly, please do not clap, interject, or otherwise disrupt the meeting. If you want to express agreement with a comment that you hear tonight, you can raise your hand or wave your hands, but please do not verbally or otherwise react. So we will begin with Haidia Fawn.
Hadiya Fain, Vice President of Marketing and Development for Life Services Alternatives, and I'd like to thank this council and the Mayor of Los Gatos for hearing the public comment, and then also for your leadership over the city of, or the town of Los Gatos. I just wanted to start by saying we're standing here, and I'm representing a lot of people who can't speak for themselves. Life Services Alternatives provides housing, and we provide programs for adults with developmental disabilities. That being said, I'm partnering tonight publicly with a sister organization, which is Housing Choices, and you'll hear from them in a moment. But what I'd like to say is that you all are in a very unique position where you can lead quite a lot of people to where it is that they belong, and that's home. About 20 years ago, the closure of Agnus, which was an institution in Santa Clara, was closed because they found that it was wrong to put people who couldn't communicate the way you and I do in an institution and close them and quarter them off. We're in a dangerous time period where that's at danger and at risk of happening again. IDD individuals belong within the community, and they belong in your community. Tonight, I'd like to say one last thing before I pass the mic to another one of our community members. Life Services Alternatives is launching what seems to be a long time coming and a groundswell for ID individuals. And the initiative that we're going to start today is called Lead Us Home. It's calling on council members, developers. It's calling on everybody who's in this room and all the type of people who can make a difference in the lives of people who can't speak for themselves in order to have inclusionary and affordable housing, in order to do something that's going to make a difference and to change what's been going on for the last 20 years. And Mayor, I'm looking at you, sir. Make a difference for all of these people. And I'm sorry that I am the only representative that can come on behalf of those individuals that we serve. But I'm doing my best to speak for those who can't speak and to plead on their behalf, because there's a responsibility of all of us. And what you're doing, the world is going to watch. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like there's a question for you from Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And
Sir?
I was at the Planning Commission hearing where we heard directly from a number of developmentally disabled individuals who expressed an interest, and I'm very sympathetic to the idea of providing housing within this project. I would ask you, how would you feel if the development only provided unaffordable luxury homes and no affordable units that were dedicated to the developmentally disabled were built.
I would feel very sad, but it's not about how I feel. I can try to communicate the feelings or the thoughts of those who do enjoy affordable homes every day, and that's through a smile. So I'm not sure I can submit that to your council members, but.
Right. So let me just ask you, because there have been some conversation about this, do you think it's important for the council to require the building of affordable homes along with the unaffordable luxury homes?
I don't believe in unaffordable anything when it comes to homes. Everyone deserves a place to live within the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Gus Hu. And after Gus, we will have Alex Camus. It looks like Gus Hu is not here, so we'll move to Alex Camus and then Tom Picrow.
Good evening. My name is Alex Camus. I'm a resident of Los Gatos, and I live less than half a mile from the North 40 development. I'm here to share my enthusiastic support for this project. There are a lot of positive aspects about this project, but the biggest is that this is going to create dozens of affordable units, many of which are going to be reserved for people with disabilities. Once built, this is going to provide an amazing source of support for so many people, and I think we really need to consider that allowing more people to live in our community means that they have that source of independence. They can have a place that is theirs. This is going to provide a lot of homes for people in all different stages of their lives. Young individuals just getting their start, families looking for the right place to plant roots, empty nesters looking to downsize while still staying in the community we all love. What's more, this development is going to provide a large amount of housing that the town is required to build over the next couple of years. So I hope that the council votes to approve this project and other housing developments, not just to help Los Gatos achieve its housing goals, but because of the real people who are going to get the opportunity to live and thrive in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Tom Picrow and then Jack Veneta.
I'm Tom Picrow, resident and also president of Los Gatos Thrives. I'm speaking strictly for myself tonight. And my interest is in the affordable housing. I'm very excited that that's looks like it's in the cards, and that's what I'm speaking to tonight. Why should one care? I have 3 daughters. The first, oldest, lives in Los Gatos, greater Los Gatos area, acquired a home, a dilapidated one, and she and her husband built it up, and it's beautiful now in 2000, around that time. I have the second, daughter number 2 and daughter number 3 do not live in Los Gatos for one reason and only: they could find jobs. They both work, both husband and wife, but they felt they could not afford a home to raise their children. We have 5 grandchildren, and simply they're in other places of the country because they couldn't afford to live here. I think having multi-generation families build strength in the community, as I've observed from the many great leaders here in this town. And so I think it's extremely important to have affordable housing. Also, I'm concerned for the teachers and workers who have to come from distances away and not be able to live here. As well, I recently served on a task force for Thrives with several other community members where we revised the 10-year-old housing guide of the town. And that was a great experience, and now it is posted as a new guide online for the town housing guidance. And what I discovered as we went and called up these places for the affordable and other, it's very low affordable, and if you can get it in your lifetime, you should be very lucky. And so we really need the affordable housing. So I'm convinced of all that. And so my real concern is that we town council members be really assured that this will happen. In other words, and I appreciate the complexity of the discussion both by the developer and by the town staff and all, that it's not a simple thing, but I would be very happy if this housing is built, but I feel it's essential that assurance, legal assurance, so that it's not possible. Plans can change, things change in life, but we don't want things to start up and then not get the affordable housing. So I would like that there be real assurance in that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jack Veneta, and then Denise Jargari.
Good evening, Town Council. Excuse me. Mayor Moore, you have been a vocal advocate for housing equity, but this proposal from Grosvenor rejects that vision and makes a mockery of our housing element. The North 40 is the last large tract of land available in Los Gatos to build meaningful, affordable housing. Excuse me. When this council adopted the housing element, it was just not a document. It reflected what the town reasonably expected could and would be developed on this site. That is exactly what the housing element stated. The people of Los Gatos were told the reasonable expectation was that 473 total units would be developed, 108 market rate, 365 affordable units, including 184 for our most vulnerable, low-income, very low-income residents. These are the school teachers and others that you so often talk about and claim to be concerned for. So what's happened? Today, Grosvenor is proposing 450 units, 23 fewer than originally proposed. Those were comprised of 373 market rate units and only 77 affordable units, of which 67 are for very low income households. That is 265 more market rate units and 288 less affordable units. Stop and reflect on that for just a moment and ask yourself, who wins that deal? Let me respond to my own rhetorical question. By not developing 288 affordable units and developing 265 more market rate ones, this proposal puts an incremental $250 million directly into the developer's pocket. That's $250 million. Hold on. Throughout this process, Grosvenor has claimed their plan is the only one that is financially feasible, rejecting everything else, yet it has offered zero evidence to substantiate that claim. We are expected to take their word for it while they walk away with a $250 million windfall. Council, the time has come for you to declare whose side you are on. Are you on the side of affordable housing development that reflects the reasonable expectations of our community, or are you on the side of the property developer? I guess we will find out shortly. Remember, you are the ones that, adopted the housing element and the development plan for this site, which was included in the site inventory. We can do better than what is being proposed, and I urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you for all the time you dedicate.
Thank you. I have a quick question. So I completely agree with your underlying sentiment as I hear it, that hundreds more affordable units would be preferable, but you understand the constraints the town is under, and so on what grounds do you suggest the town council require greater affordability?
Stand firm.
So you don't have a suggestion on how to do that? I mean, in good faith.
It's all part of this whole process. It's somehow we have come down, whatever that number was, 288 units. We started out high and we've ended up very low on this. And I realize the housing HCD is a part of this problem. They reduced the requirements along the way. They changed the goal line, so to speak. The problem is they did not change the no net loss numbers. And so you guys are going to be struggling with finding more property now for the properties we aren't able to develop. HCD has not been a friend in this.
Okay, no, thank you. I agree that we have major problems with state housing law. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. And I share the concerns about the drop, and I think there's lots of reasons for it. Focused on preserving the 77 as affordable. The Planning Commission recommendation was that a 17% affordable be carried along the way, not after 127 units were sold, but from the very beginning. Along the way, affordable units would be built. I'm going to get into whether that's a legal concept or not with our town attorney a little bit later, because that was in the recommendation from staff when it went to the Planning Commission. Do you think that would be a better way to make sure that some affordable units are built, that is to require them to be built along the way rather than after 127 or market rate are sold?
Yes, I do. I also feel that having that $250 million sitting out there gives them some leeway to feel a little bit more relaxed about this. I think they're being way too tight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will move to Denise from Housing Choices.
Good evening. I am Denise Haudegy, Executive Director of Housing Choices, and I'm here strongly supporting the North 40 Phase 2 project. And I urge you to do what's needed to move the project forward. The project will bring approximately 25% of the units for people with developmental disabilities who are living on SSI income or very low income, which is approximately $1,000 a month. And these individuals are receiving services from San Andreas Regional Center. Housing Choices, as a provider of San Andreas Regional Center, was founded almost 30 years ago by parents who wanted options for their son or daughter to live in the community of their choosing and not resort to group homes or institutions. Since then, the lack of affordable housing has really limited options for the people that we serve. And here in Los Gatos, there's approximately 125 people with developmental disabilities. 50 of them are children, and about 75 of them are adults. And again, the most common living arrangement is living at home with aging parents. So what happens when parents are no longer able to care for them? Well, sometimes they become homeless, are in institutions or group homes. And our job is really to ensure that their voice is being heard within the communities that we serve. Housing Choices has been a proud partner of Eden Housing. To date, we have 6 projects with Eden Housing. Most recently, Mitchell Park in Palo Alto, where we had 25 units. Project has been fully leased, no delays. And of course, we have more in the works. By forming these long-term partnerships with developers, we're able to provide set-aside units for people with developmental disabilities and providing options for them in the various cities that we serve. Projects like the North 40 Phase 2 project is an inclusive project that can welcome the people of all abilities, the people in your communities. And I urge you to move forward with this development. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like you have a question. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I share the concern for our developmentally disabled residents and folks who live near here who could get the opportunity. You mentioned that 25% of the units were for development. That's 25% of the 68 units in the Eden Housing building, correct? And that
Correct.
So
That's
that would
correct.
be that would be
about 16 units.
16 units, which are important. How would you feel if this project proceeded and that building were never built?
Well, of course, upset. But in our history with Eden Housing, that has not happened. They've been successful in building the project and really helping us ensure that those units get built.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Our next speaker is Karen Yamamoto, and after Karen will be Melissa Sandoval.
Hi, good evening, Town Council and everybody. Just a couple of concerns. I actually like a lot of the project. Really excited about the Eden House and very excited. I got a lot of students. So really want to see that done, and I'm glad you guys all support that. I have a couple of concerns about some of the development. Couple of the problem. The buildings A through D and F have a rooftop deck. And just a couple of years ago, the winds were really bad. And I had a huge play structure that I thought would never move, get picked up and thrown into my fence with the 80-mile-an-hour winds. Now, those rooftop decks scare the crap out of me. Just heads up on that one. The other one is the E1 building, which is the great big one, has an underground garage. And I don't know how people get in and out. I was confused on that and how that impacts in an evacuation. And that brings me to my next concern with the G1, which is the Eden House. They're the furthest from an exit. You want to get people with disabilities in an emergency out? They need a direct exit onto Burton Road, that side road. And then I also have one other question about what's going on with phase 1. I went in there. Okay, I got a pickup truck. It's a Dodge Ram. It's huge. I could not get around there. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't make a U-turn. I don't care. You can tell me, but I know how to drive.
Please direct your comments to the council.
So-
Thank you.
So that's an issue with bigger vehicles. You just cannot get around. And so in case of an emergency, if there's a truck, good luck getting around it because you're not. So those are just some of my issues with this project. And I know it's going to go through. I just hope they address some of our concerns a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next commenter is Melissa Sandoval, and Melissa will be followed by Jay Vaswanel. Is Melissa Sandoval still here? Oh, there she is.
Hi, my name is Melissa. My son has intellectual disabilities, and this would really help us because we struggle finding a place for him in the community that's built for him. Currently, where we live, our elevator keeps breaking, so it's really hard to get him in and out. He's already hit his head, and it's just not suitable for us. So we're looking for a place in the community that he can grow and be part of. He's lived here his whole life, and I worry that people in our neighborhood or in our apartment complex, they don't feel comfortable around him because he's extremely loud and he has communication issues. So with these 16 units that will be for people like him, it's very beneficial for us and for affordable housing too, because it's something that will work for us and give us a stability in our lives and a place to call our own home and a place where he can grow and a place where I don't have to worry if he can stay in the community. He goes to school at Lexington School. It's only one school that has support for him. So we really want to stay in this community, and I would really like an opportunity to have him grow and still be able to stay in his community where our family lives and where he's been his whole life. So I support this measure or this bill. Basically, we have real struggles, and we really need a place to call our own home. If this didn't go through, I fear that we'll have to move and that my son will never find a place in the community. I think his dad kind of was next to say something.
Is that Jay?
Yeah, that's my son's dad.
Yeah, we're ready for you if you.
Hello. My name is Jay Vaswani. I'm the dad of Jackson Love Vaswani. That's him right here. And we do apologize for all the noise earlier. He is a neurodivergent child, and this is really what the face of an intellectual development disability looks like. So I support this measure in the sense that we don't want to be priced out of the market. I feel like my son deserves the best in education. He deserves a safety net. He deserves a safe place he calls home. He was born in yes, you do. He was born in Los Gatos. He goes to Lexington. They have the right programs for him there. He's the only pre-K student right now with autistic spectrum. And I would like to keep him in this community because we feel good in this community. We feel safe. We like the people. We don't want to be priced out due to socioeconomic status and not being able to provide for him. So if this measure goes through, our son will be able to attend Lexington. He will go to Fisher. He will eventually become a Wildcat. He will graduate, even though he has autism. This school system, this district, this city has the right resources for him to thrive and to be independent one day. Because I'm 51 years old, and eventually, he's 3. Eventually, I will pass on, but I would like for him to be an independent adult in this community, live in this community, and be able to survive with his mom. And I'm going to do everything I can to make sure in my power that happens. But if this measure was to go through, we need it for us to survive socioeconomically in this community so he can live and he can enjoy the schools and he can enjoy the district. He can enjoy Bachman Park. He can go to Oak Meadow Park. He can grow up where his friends are and where his community is. And I strongly support this measure, and I certainly hope that it does go through so people like Jackson and other children who suffer from intellectual developmental disabilities have the ability to live in a safe environment, in a good, well-funded, resourceful school district, and be able to live in the community and live with their friends and thrive in it. And that's why I support this measure, and I certainly hope that it goes through. And that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Joanne Rogers, followed by Gia Pham.
Thank you for having us here. There's nobody in this room that is not for unaffordable housing. We're all for that. The question is, of course, always what is affordable? And, and to me, from what I heard from Rich and Steve, it's not clear that this project of affordable housing is going to even happen. There's a lot of measures that have to, or a lot of building that has to go on first. And And I agree with you. I think it should be in tandem with the other 127 units rather than just wait to the end and try to finance it with no permits. And, you know, Steve talked about the 90s. And in the 90s, we were asking for the North 40 to look like the rest of the character of Los Gatos. It does not in any way look like the rest of Los Gatos. It could, and it could be affordable as well, but it's not affordable even as it is. The North 40 is not affordable. We've lost the beautiful orchard that Yuki's gave to Grosvenor in the 90s, and it did look like that logo that we have above the mayor's head. And to me, I worry about the fact that from what Steve was saying, or Rich was saying, that this project may not even happen with the affordable housing. I wasn't clear whether Grosvenor and Eden, have they sold to Eden, or anyway, I don't quite understand that part of it, and I'm sorry about that. But also, I just want to point out, I was talking to someone who lives in the North 40 right now. She said, talk about big trucks. Consider the garbage trucks. They can't turn around. There's no way for them to turn around. The traffic backup is horrendous, and deliveries of any kind are stuck. They have to back up. So those are things to think about. And I'll have to figure out whether, I don't understand the Grosvenor. I know Grosvenor has been looking at this for a long time, and I don't think the original plans look anything like they are today and what we wanted them to look like way back in the 90s when I was on the 2000, I guess it was the millennium time when we were looking at all of these things. So anyway, I need more information, obviously, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Gia Pham, and Gia will be followed by Lisa Harris.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you so much for your time and leadership and attention to detail in regards to North 40 Phase 2. My name is Gia, and I'm speaking on behalf of Housing Choices. We'll be the on-site nonprofit service provider for the 16 units that are set aside for those with developmental disabilities who are receiving services from SARC. This project delivers exactly what Los Gatos has committed to in its housing element, with 91 affordable homes and, most importantly, the 16 set-aside units for those with developmental disabilities. These are individuals who have grew up here, attended local schools, and have deep roots in Los Gatos. This development allows them to live independently near their family, jobs, and essential services rather than be forced out of town or worse, into homelessness. A few of our regular advocates weren't able to make it today as they're balancing work, family, and other commitments, but they asked me to share with you a few messages and words. One of them would like to say, for the past 7 years, he has worked in Los Gatos. His aspiration is to live independently, close to his family, friends, workplace, and essential services. This would promote his dignity, stability, and sense of inclusion within the community. Another advocate said, it's time to get housing for our people. Affordable housing was promised in Phase 2, but it was only for seniors. What about us, adults with developmental disabilities? That question is at the heart of why I believe North 40 Phase 2 matters. Seniors are not the only adults with disabilities. There are folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities who also need safe and affordable housing so they can live independently and remain in their neighborhoods. The Los Gatos Union High School District's post-secondary program serves about 30 students with developmental disabilities each year. Many of them who age out with no housing options and still living with aging parents. So where would their children live after? For these families, this project, the Affordable Housing Project, provides something super rare, which is peace of mind. Housing Choices is proud to partner with Eden Housing. We partner with them on various other inclusive communities like Mitchell Park Place, which combines deeply affordable housing with schools, inclusive parks, and job training. So we know and trust that Eden Housing can deliver on these affordable units, especially something that is pad ready, environmentally sound, and able to begin construction quickly as approved. Thank you so much. I would like you to urge support for this project.
Thank you. So now we'll go to Lisa Harris, and our last commenter in person is Lee Quintana, and then we will go to Zoom.
Hi, good evening. My name's Lisa Harris, and I know I've shared, Rob, with you in the past. I have two uncles who were paranoid schizophrenic, and when they lived at Agnew's, actually they did quite well because they were contained in a building where they had all their services under one roof, and they could not come and go at their leisure. When Agnew's closed, they got transferred to halfway houses in downtown San Jose. So my uncles would leave sometimes for days or weeks at a time and live homeless on the streets. And I don't know if a lot of you have experience with being around mentally ill, schizophrenic. They can't think for themselves, but sometimes, unfortunately, they are a danger to themselves and a danger to others, especially if they refuse to take medication or they leave for periods at a time. I'm all in support of affordable housing, and I'm in support of having developmentally challenged people living in our community, but I have strong hesitations and reservations about anybody who is mentally ill and having the freedom to be able to come and go, because I can tell you from experience what that looks like, and it's not great. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lee Quintana, and which will be followed by Joe Rogers.
Good evening. I'm Lee Quintana. I serve on the Historic Preservation Committee, but I am speaking tonight as an individual. I'm speaking on the project and not on the environmental impact or the environmental document. I want to start by saying I hope this doesn't drag on as long as the approvals for North 40 Phase 1 and the lawsuit that was filed against the town, which sounds like it's very similar to the issues that the Alliance is raising. I'd like to say that I have been involved in the development of the North 40 and have followed its progress since the 1940s. I was on the first North 40 failed specific plan. It was approved but never implemented. So I want to say that the amount of time that it took to approve the North 40 Phase 1 was unreasonably long. And I would also like to say that of all the developers that I've seen work in this town, Grosvenor is the only one that I can say truly reached out for the opinions of the residents, incorporated those into the plan where they asked for more open space and affordable housing, and and provided more open space than any other project in the town. Again, this particular Phase 2 is doing the same thing. It's also supplying more affordable housing than I think the majority of all the affordable housing in the town. So I'm asking you to please approve this without much delay. I would like to talk a little bit about Cannon's report. I think the strong point of the project is its open space. Although I agree that there could be some improvement in the townhouse design. I'm not opposed to the taller building along Los Gatos Boulevard. This is a question of choice. If you want more housing, or if you want to push those housing back, you're going to lose open space. And I think that's one of the strong points of this project. I'd also like to say that I have been a member, founding member of the Alliance, Los Gatos Community Alliance. I am no longer a member. I believe that their stance that they want more affordable housing sounds laudable, but in effect, if it's difficult to finance the number of houses that we're proposing at this time, to increase that number so drastically, it will probably ensure the failure of the whole project. Ooh.
Thank you very much. We will go to Joe Rogers, and he is our last commenter this evening.
Thank you. Joe Rogers, know many of you, and I'm on the Finance Commission. In terms of disclosure, I'm speaking as an individual in my opinions, not on behalf of the Finance Commission. I wanted to go late in the process here. I was hopeful that I would hear some manageable solutions coming forward on how this project would turn out. I think some additional questions have been raised that need to be answered before you proceed, and I'm interested in the documents that were held until the very last minute and not presented to the community. I think they need to be distributed so that we have full disclosure. But I basically one significant question which I've asked on some of the hearings that we've had or community activities: what is affordable? What's affordable in Los Gatos? And it's not going to be free. So, and I'm also concerned, as the issue has been raised, that the way it's being structured with part of the property being put into another entity, that it's conceivable that you get through the first part of it and the developer concludes it's not profitable, and I don't think you have enough assurances that it's going to be developed for low-cost housing. So make certain that you've got adequate guide rails to ensure that that's going to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have one final speaker in person, and then we have 4 hands raised on Zoom. Sandy Decker.
Hi, thanks, Council. Sorry, this has been 17 years for Grosvenor. It's been a lot more years for the town of Los Gatos. We have had our eyes on the North 40 for years. It's the largest tract of land, and we wanted to make sure that that tract of land was developed and designed so that it met the needs that we couldn't meet in this community in other areas because of the size we didn't have to offer the community, and that particular property did. We spent a tremendous amount of time on a specific plan that talked about some marvelous things being done on the North 40. Not one of those happened. And I'm sorry, Lee Quintana and I are not only friends, but we've served closely together through the history of this project. And I don't share her opinion. I really don't believe that this developer has done anything except what he's been allowed to do to realize the profit that he has or he's going to have on this project. I can see Ed Matsumoto back there. I knew his family, and that's the Yuki family that owned that land, and a lot of them are not with us now. But I know there was great pride in the fact that that land was going to be used for the community. Now it looks like Grosvenor is not going to build the only thing that is going to enhance this community, which is the affordable housing, until, in fact, they have realized enough of money for them to build it to make their particular money opportunity be realized. All in all, we have missed a tremendous opportunity with this piece of property. And so please, please, please hold their feet to the fire. I mean, this is not a giveaway. This is a precious piece of this town. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more public comment. I will stop saying one more public commenter, actually. We have Edward Morimoto.
Good evening, Ed Morimoto, 460 Monterey Avenue, Los Gatos. And as has been stated, I'm a member of the Yuki family. I thought I'd just come, and I apologize if I ramble a little because I haven't prepared any comments, but I thought I would like to address a couple things that I've heard tonight. And so one of which, and it's more of an observation or question, and my comments are really not based on any privileged information I may have, given my family's interest in this project, but as a member of this town and someone who's been attending these hearings for the last 14 years, I guess I don't really understand the skepticism around the affordable portion of this project. Phase one, by the same team that is in front of you today, Grosvenor and Eden Housing, provided 49 very low income affordable units, the only 49 very low affordable income units that this town has produced in the last housing cycle. They don't really have any incentive to try to deceive the town and say they're going to create affordable housing and then not do that. And as was pointed out, the economics of the project don't work if you have to stop after the townhomes. I think that someone got the idea that maybe there is risk or that maybe that this was a way to slow down the project. But as Lee Quintana said, probably the biggest threat to the affordable project is to delay the project. And I know Andrea Osgood from Eden is here, and she can probably answer questions about all of the intricacies of financing such a project and the criticality of time. So if you're truly concerned about providing affordable housing, I would ask that you heed the advice of the affordable housing developer, from the one who has delivered for this town in a very, very big way. The other thing I'd like to address is this belief that somehow there was a bait and switch and that 288, I think, affordable housing units that were deemed to be feasible and promised to the town are not being produced. For those of you who are part of the housing element, you'll remember the town was allowed to call those units affordable by virtue of the 30 dwelling units per acre density. There was no analysis that said that that was economically feasible. And in fact, Grosvenor and other developers at the time said that that was absolutely infeasible. Now, if there really is a $250 million windfall from a 250 more market rate units, I suggest we all go sell our NVIDIA stock, our Apple stock, our Google stock, and buy stock in home builders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Question?
Yeah, thank you. If I recall, in phase one, there was a requirement that the affordable units be built before the market rate units, or when the market rate units were also made available to the market. Do you think that kind of an arrangement would be acceptable for phase two?
I believe that there are complexities around the financing of the project that makes that infeasible in this case. And more importantly, I'm not sure why you would do that, why you would tie the hands of the developer, why you would tie Eden's hands to make their jobs more difficult than they already are. After a 17-year entitlements process, we haven't exactly done them any favors.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so that finishes our in-person public communications, and now we'll go to our 5 hands on Zoom. If there's anyone else who wants to speak on Zoom, please raise your hand, and we'll go to Tiffany Sieber.
Hi, Council and Mr. Mayor. Tiffany Sieber here. I am a third-generation Los Gaton. I just want to say that I am not opposing the housing or the state housing law, but there are a few laws that are being applied here that indicate some legal exposure, whereas they are being too broadly applied without adequate findings or analysis. This project relies heavily on Senate Bill 330, the Housing Accountability Act, the State Density Bonus Law, and the Housing Element Overlay Zone to justify significant deviations from development standards, including density parking setbacks, design standards, and removal of protected trees. While these laws constrain local discretion, they do not eliminate it, and they do not authorize blanket waivers without evidence-based findings. Under the state density bonus law, waivers, incentives, and concessions are not unlimited. Each must be necessary to make the proposed level of affordable housing financially feasible, and the record should clearly document why each deviation is required and whether less impactful alternatives were considered. Without that analysis, the town is exposed to claims of arbitrary approval or preferential treatment. Similarly, SB 330 does not override CEQA. It does not exempt projects from environmental review or from analyzing site-specific impacts. The town's reliance on CEQA guidelines, section 1518.3, and the conclusion that no additional environmental review is required because impacts were addressed in the 240 General Plan EIR raises significant legal risk. Section 1518.3 applies only where there are no new or more severe impacts, and that determination must be supported by substantial evidence. Transportation impacts are one of such concern. A 450 unit development will materially increase vehicle trips, delivery traffic, rideshare use, and service vehicles on already congested corridors such as Los Gatos Boulevard and Burton Road. Even under streamlining circulation, emergency access, and cumulative transportation impacts must be evaluated when conditions have intensified. And we have already seen by many who have brought forward the issues in the phase one that the transportation issue is currently malfunctioning in the design, and the developer and the architect have taken additional liberties around the proposed or estimated width of the streets in U-turn areas, increasing the emergency risk. But what we have not addressed as well is the quality of life risk that persists on a day-to-day basis for current residents. School impacts and impacts to children are another critical site-specific issue. Increased residential density directly affects school enrollment, classroom capacity, drop-off and pickup traffic, pedestrian safety, and demand on school services. These impacts are not abstract policy considerations. They are experienced by children and families in real time.
That's the end of your allotted time. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. And so now we move to Brent V. Does Brent need to unmute himself? Brent, please unmute yourself and begin.
Yes.
There you go.
I'm sorry, Mayor and council members. I think the key question here is whether the council is going to control development in the town or the developer is going to control the town council regarding how this project proceeds. The town is waiving many of its code requirements regarding setbacks, EIRs, tree removals, and other town codes in order to allow this town project to proceed. I'm not opposed to this project. What I am opposed to is the fact that we have this onerous burden mandate from the state to provide new housing units, below market rate housing units. And this is the best and last site in the community to do so. And yet, since the 1980s, we've had a minimum requirement of 20% for all multifamily projects. And these folks are only coming in at 17%, and that's an if and a maybe based on documents that were presented this evening that we haven't even had the time to fully evaluate. Without the state housing mandate, this would be an entirely different project. But because we have what I consider to be a very onerous obligations to build below market rate housing to comply with state law, we have to use this best and last site left in the community to maximize the number of below market rate units. If we don't do that, the consequences are going to be horrible. It's poor planning on the part of the current council to leave these problems for the future. And if the state gets really tough and starts wanting to enforce it, that means we might have to build high-rise, below market rate housing at the town civic center, the library, at our fire station, and in parks, because there won't be any other lands left. So we need to work with this developer to give them every inducement, every incentive we can to get as many below market rate units to comply with the state housing mandate as we can. That is my stern suggestion to the town. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move to Jennifer Lucas.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer Lucas, and I'm the manager of the Central Coast Office of the State Council on Developmental Disabilities. The State Council is an independent state agency that works across California to improve housing access, services, and community inclusion for people with developmental disabilities and their families. I'm here to support the approval of the North 40 Phase 2. From our perspective, this project reflects thoughtful planning and is ready to proceed. It aligns with the town's housing element and prior approvals. The site is pad ready and environmentally cleared, and Eden Housing has demonstrated its ability to deliver through Phase 1. Phase 2 also reflects inclusive housing done right, with 25% of the affordable units being designated for adults with IDD or intellectual and developmental disabilities who receive services through San Andreas Regional Center. And these homes are integrated into a mixed income walkable neighborhood with access to transit, services, and community amenities. For people with developmental disabilities, housing like this supports independence, choice, and connection to the community. We often hear from folks who express a desire to live in their own home, to live near transportation and services, and to be fully included in their community rather than to be set apart. When a city chooses inclusion, it sends a powerful message about who is welcome. At the same time, families, especially those aging caregivers, are planning for their adult child's future or a younger child's future, as we heard today, and want to know that safe, inclusive housing options are available in their community. North 40 Phase 2 responds to those needs. And real quickly, in reference to Agnews Developmental Center, which was mentioned a couple times tonight during public comment, I used to coordinate an advocacy project for close to 10 years at the Developmental Center, and I can fully attest that the closure of that Developmental Center was a critically important step to ensuring that people with developmental disabilities had choice in where they live and a chance to be part of their community. The closure was done thoughtfully and thoroughly with many, many stakeholders and planning meetings involved to ensure that over 300 individuals transitioned successfully to the community. And that all took place during a 5-year period, considerably less time than the North 40 development has taken. Inclusive communities are built on respect and shared responsibility. When we plan housing that includes people with developmental disabilities, we are affirming their right to live as neighbors, participating in daily life, contributing to the community, and being valued as full members. For these reasons, we respectfully urge the Town Council to approve this development and move the project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to Shannon.
Hi, good evening. Have spent many hours with most of you. I would just like to say a couple of things that's more of a commentary. First of all, I will double down on what Tiffany Sieber spoke about and all of her information in regards to those with developmental disabilities. I don't think that anyone in our community would disagree. I think that less than 3% of the housing that is proposed is really, it's less than 3% for a huge toll. I believe that Mayor Moore asking members of our community and those speaking for ideas It's really the scope of the council to deal with this. And I would like to say that in general, what has been built in phase one, as I wrote in my emails to you this morning, is it's abominable. It's ugly, and I'm sorry if those that love Summerhill and Grosvenor think that it's something pretty, but it is a very unseemly gateway to what was a very beautiful town at one point. And my other comment would be that in future, for those of us watching on Zoom because we're working or we're not able to attend in person, that you do not have representatives from the plaintiffs or those, I forget the gentleman's name that spoke ad infinitum regarding all the ways that we're kind of under pressure from them directly behind the camera. Because the facial expressions, the emotions, the getting on his cell phone while others in the community are speaking is disrespectful, and also it's just not appropriate. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We will move to Raymond. Raymond Tersini.
Yes, hi, good evening. I'm speaking tonight as an individual and as a third-generation Los Gatos resident. I am born and raised in this community, and my family has been in Los Gatos for over 50 years. I am very much in support of this project. My wife and I were able to buy a townhouse 3 years ago in the North 40 Phase 1, and we were so happy to be able to come back and live in this community and participate in this community. Without Phase 1, we may not have been able to afford a home in Los Gatos. We need more housing at different affordability levels so that people like my wife and I can live in a community that I have called home my entire life. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final hand raised on Zoom at this time, if you want to speak, please raise your hand, is Manuel Salazar.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Moore and members of the council. My name is Manuel Salazar, and I'll be speaking tonight on behalf of the Stay at Home, specifically in strong support for the North 40 Phase 2 project. So this project really represents kind of a rare opportunity for the city of Los Gatos to make a real progress on its housing. In total, it's going to deliver 450 homes, including 77 permanent supportive homes, of which 67 of those will be operated by Eden Housing as a 100% affordable family community. 100% affordable community. These are homes for working families, for people who serve in the community every day, and for residents who want to remain in Los Gatos but are, increasingly getting priced out. It's also important to understand how this project really works. So North 40 Phase 2 is a one integrated project, and it's only going to succeed if it moves forward as a whole. You can't get the affordable component without first getting the market rate component, because it's leveraging the ability for this market rate development to go in. It's donating land. It's doing all these things that would allow for the affordable developer to then plug in and go in for tax credits and actually be feasible. That's why you can't just get the affordable component, and it has to be in as a whole. Just as importantly, though, I do want to highlight the fact that even if it is a standalone affordable unit, and if it did just create that, that's still a community, that's still a neighborhood. The neighborhood isn't defined by a single structure. It's defined by shared streets, schools, parks, services, and daily life. This project will allow families, workers, and people with deep ties in Los Gatos to stay in the community where they work, where their children go to school, and where their support networks already exist. I also want to respectfully note that the town's staff report makes clear that, this project is entitled, and it has to be, because otherwise, you're going to be facing potential legal litigation from things such as SB 330, the Housing Accountability Act, and no let loss requirement, which could, jeopardize the city's ability to, say no in the future. So please, do the right thing. I think this is the moment for great leadership and partnerships, and I really hope you will, approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And that is our last public comment this evening. And so we will conclude public comment. We'll go back to the applicant after we'll do a 5-ish minute break for the town council, and we'll reconvene at, let's call it 7:22. We're going to go back to our meeting, and at this time we are going to continue our public hearing with the applicants 3 minutes to respond. I think just give us 1 sec while our staff gets situated. Staff, are we ready to begin? Perfect. Okay, back to the applicant. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I will try and be as efficient as possible with those 3 minutes, though if there's further questions, we're certainly happy to discuss those with you at your pleasure. I did want to come back to a question that came up at the beginning about why haven't we transferred the parcel to Eden Housing. I actually skipped the easiest answer to that question, is that the parcel doesn't yet exist. We've applied for a tentative map as part of the entitlements to create that parcel. So that just illustrates, again, what I've been saying all along, is that we need the town's approval of the entitlement package to begin taking those steps towards delivering the affordable housing, which we've heard is clearly a priority. But that also underscores the theme of our comments and the positions that we've had all throughout this process, is that the timing matters. And if we are concerned about delivery of affordable housing, it's important, A, to approve the project so that we can get to work on the financing and real estate documents to make that happen, but also that we don't overly burden the townhomes and the portion of the project that's necessary to finance the infrastructure. Because if we do that, if we impose conditions of approval that are more restrictive than the state density bonus law concession that we've requested, the result will be zero housing can be produced. Not that the town will somehow get more affordable housing or affordable housing sooner, it will be that nothing can develop. So it's very important to keep that feasibility lens when we're thinking about conditions of approval. And on that note, I wanted to revisit the phase 1 conditions of approval because those came up as well. I just wanted to highlight that in phase 1, the condition of approval, I have it up on my screen, it said that the proposed BMP units must be available prior to final occupancy issuance for the 187th market rate unit. There were only 262 units in phase 1, so that, in other words, the town allowed 70% of the market rate units to develop before requiring the affordable housing. If the town wanted to adopt that exact condition, that would be great. That would be 315 market rate units. We're proposing only being allowed to develop 127, less than 30% of the project. That is significantly more restrictive than phase 1 or what other jurisdictions require, if you're concerned about that. The last thing I want to just quickly highlight is that there's been no new information that we've heard tonight. The direction that HCD provided first came on November 19th via their direct verbal direction to the town. The letter that they issued yesterday was just a written encapsulation of that November 19th direction. So there's no new information for us to grapple with. I'll pause there and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Originally, Councilmember Hudes had suggested kind of breaking up our questions into categories. I think that'd be helpful. I think that's we'll definitely do that for staff. But at this point, I think let's start with any more legal builder's remedy, state density bonus law questions we have at this point for the developer. Then we'll go to the affordable housing component and phasing and how that operates. Then we'll go to technical, physical, architecture, design, those sorts of things. And then any other questions we have, you can ask at the end, if that's okay. And then we'll do the same for staff. So starting now with sort of more legal questions. And if that doesn't make sense, you can just ask whatever you want.
Yeah, and we're happy to call.
Go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
Thank you. Some of this has been explained to me a few times, but I still don't quite understand it. I would appreciate your perspective on it. The application, I believe, is vesting to April, I believe, of 2023. And that was vesting to a housing element that was not compliant. It was not accepted by the state at that point. How is that possible to vest to a housing element and its various aspects that was not considered compliant?
Sure. Well, I think I'll actually refer back to the Planning Commission discussion on this topic. I thought the town attorney and staff did a good job answering that question, but my perspective is the same as what they offered back in October, is that there's a difference between the state certifying the housing element and the town adopting the housing element and the housing element being in effect. The town adopted its housing element in January of 2023. That housing element was both adopted and in effect when we submitted our preliminary application. That housing element designated this site for high-density housing at 30 dwelling units per acre, and that's exactly what we're proposing. The town did go on to make further refinements to the housing element to obtain HCD certification of the housing element. The certified housing element, however, does not change the high-density 30 dwelling unit per acre designation applicable to our site. So we remain consistent with the housing element that the town later revised, notwithstanding the fact that those revisions are not directly applicable to the project. But the town adopted, and the housing element was in effect with designations of 30 dwelling units per acre when we submitted our application.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, other particularly legal questions? Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess this kind of goes along with legal, but since we're talking about the 30 units per acre, there was a comment made that this project has only 17% affordable. And I know that a lot of people in the community do not understand the definitions of affordable and the levels of affordability. And so would you be able to describe legally what makes housing affordable and what the level of affordability that's being proposed in this project?
Yes, thank you. So first, might sound funny, but I'll talk about what we didn't propose. But so the towns, if we followed just the town's below market rate requirements for the townhomes, for example, we'd be required to provide moderate income housing. A portion of those townhomes would be sold to households at moderate income prices. Those are households that earn 120% of the county's area median income. However, by partnering with the 100% affordable developer in Eden Housing, we're able to do a much deeper level of affordability and exceed what would be the otherwise applicable requirements. That also allows us to take advantage of some of the benefits from the state density bonus law, the protections of the Housing Accountability Act that we've spoken to. But what that means is that those units have to be affordable at the highest to people that make 80% of the area median income. If we want to get into more detail for that, I'd ask Andrea Osgood from Eden Housing to join me to break it down further. But as they apply for tax credits and other financing sources, the actual affordability will likely be much lower than that. We would expect to see units that are affordable to very low income households that earn 50% of the area median income. The units that are restricted to individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities might be subject to deeper affordability restrictions. So it's that partnership with Eden Housing that lets us leverage a deeper level of affordability than would otherwise be required.
Thank you. I don't know if Andrea wants to go further into that. I mean, I understand this reasonably well. It's always good to hear it, but I also think our community, when they hear affordable, they say, you know, phase one isn't affordable, and they forget that there were 50 units that were affordable. And can you remind me, phase one, what level of affordability those 49 apartments are?
So typically what we build using the tax credit is below 60% of the area median income, which is defined by the county. I could look that up in a second.
and below. Most of our projects are somewhere between 30% of the area median income and 60%, which is also what we're looking at for the phase 2 project before you. But as Eric expressed, once we get these entitlements, we'll be able to go and seek funding at both the county and the state level. And depending on how we're able to get those layers of financing, they will really dictate what the final AMI levels are, or the affordability levels are.
Okay, thank you. And further, when somebody is renting or when we set the price, if you talk about someone making that level and how it's affordable, so formulaically, that means 30% of that reduced income goes toward housing? Or?
Yeah, and I can pull it up in the other section about affordability, answer this in greater detail, but essentially the rents are set thinking about if this person is earning 30% of the area median income, they're then going to be paying 30% roughly of their income on rent.
Okay. Yeah,
depends
so
on
1/3. So basically not rent burdened, like.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, perfect. And so we have seamlessly moved into the affordable housing part of our questions with Councilmember Red.
I did want to follow up something with Andrea. It's been mentioned that by your attorney that there's kind of a rush to get this approved because you have some deadline for applying for certain money, and if you don't make that deadline, it's a year delay. Or could you explain that a little bit?
Sure. We're not able to apply for any of the soft funding that we need to make these projects work until we have two things, both of which are on the table tonight under this decision. First and foremost is entitlements. Unless we're entitled, the state and the county don't really want to talk to us because who knows how long it'll take. So they really want to see that projects are entitled, approved, ready to go. We also need to show some form of site control. And as Eric just mentioned, without all of the machinations to create that parcel, we cannot evidence to anyone site control to apply for those funds. The state generally has about 1 to 2 funding application rounds a year that we would look to. And if you are not able to apply, you got to wait a whole nother year before you can even apply for that. Once we get our soft funding in place, then we have to go into the tax credit rounds. And there are typically about 2 to maybe 3 of those a year.
And so you have a deadline coming up in the next month or two?
Yes, in order to start the process for those initial soft funds.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, thank you. We faced this in the first phase, and that is how many affordable units are there? We were told 50, 50, 50, and then it turns out that it's 49 and there's an unrestricted unit. Is that the same case here? Are we talking about 68 units in the building or 67 units? And I'm reading a document that says, I believe it was from Grosvenor, that says require the applicant to provide no fewer than 67 BMP units affordable to lower income housings with one unrestricted manager's unit. Is that correct?
Yes, there's always a manager's unit. We operate all of our properties. It's also state law. You have to have an on-site employee to manage the property, and we really like to have our managers live on site. And so those are unrestricted, but very important to the overall operation. But certainly when you get down to calculating how many truly affordable units are going to serve the wider population, it's generally one less than is in the building because we need that manager's unit. So in this case, it's 67 affordable units with one unrestricted manager unit.
Okay, thank you. I wish we could always speak correctly about it. Thank you.
Okay, I had a question for you, sorry. So I wanted to ask, so more generally and from sort of Eden's perspective, I think we've heard the sort of legal and more technical aspects of how the affordable will come together, but I wanted to ask from Eden's perspective how residents and the community can be assured that the affordable will get built.
Sure. Well, hopefully you, or most of you, like what you saw in the first phase. We definitely got that done. Eden has been around for over 50 years. We are a nonprofit based here in California, one of the first to really start building tax credit affordable homes. We've built over 12,000 homes across the state, and a lot of times we're doing these kinds of partnerships with cities, towns, counties, and market rate developers to satisfy inclusionary requirements. We do that in lots of different ways, but it's always in either the conditions of approval. Recently, and this was one thing that we proposed to the town, but I don't think it's not in the list here. But one of the things that we've been doing more and more is once the land is transferred to us, donated to Eden, and a regulatory agreement is placed on it, that the inclusionary requirement would be considered done and complete. Because Eden has never not finished a project that we've started.
Okay, so that was a question. So you've never not finished a project that you've started, Eden?
Correct. And there's a lot of really great things about this project. We already have a lot of interest in the county. They would very much like to fund a project in the town of Los Gatos. Also, there's other great fundamentals that will make us competitive for various state level funding based on just the attributes of this community, the amenities available, the resources and amenities close to the site. So things are a little strange in the economy and in our world because of some of the chaos that is at the federal level, but we're eternally optimistic, and I think there's a lot of really good fundamentals, and this project will proceed.
That's great. That's super helpful. Yeah.
Just need those entitlements so we can start assembling our funding.
And so two more questions on this. So one,
Sure.
So just to be clear, you're saying Eden has never not completed a project once you have been entitled.
Correct.
Okay, that's I think an impressive track record. And then you're one of the pieces I think we're still sort of figuring out this evening is this financing versus permit pulling condition of approval. Has Eden ever not completed a project or had a project fall out that you've gotten financing on?
That where we've accepted the tax credit award? No. And I'm glad you asked, because when Eric was answering this earlier, what I would have added is there's really strict deadlines associated with that. If you don't close within that 180-day time frame, we are subject to negative points for 5 years, meaning for 5 years, Eden will be essentially out of business. We will not be able to get tax credits. 99% of our projects move forward with tax credits, and we would have to sit on the sidelines because every project that goes forward seeking tax credits has to have a perfect score. So if I walk into that application with negative points, I'm not getting those tax credits. So we take it super, super, super seriously. We will not accept a tax credit award if we don't think we can move a project forward. And while you didn't ask this, the delivery of a site with infrastructure in place, also super important to us and a real benefit to what we're getting here. We're getting a site delivered with all of that infrastructure that we don't have to pay for.
Okay, and then I guess last follow-up question is Eric talked about the 180-day timeline. Is that what your approximate delta you think would be between the financing condition of approval versus the building permits, or what do you think the actual sort of estimate on difference in timeline there would be?
It's 180 days.
Okay.
I mean, sometimes lately the state has been adding 2 weeks to randomly selected projects to help them deal with their workflow. But it's 180 days.
Approximately 6 months.
Plus or minus 2 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Badami?
Just a quick question. So thank you for stating that you've never not completed a project that you started. So can you elaborate on how many projects you have worked on so I can kind of equate?
Sure. Right now, operating properties, we have about 130 to 140 statewide. I have another 15 under construction right now.
Okay, that's helpful. Thanks.
And another 3,000 units in the pipeline.
Thank you.
Councilmember Hudes?
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is for, but this relates to the alternative proposal to have affordable units in the 100-foot tall building, building E1. And so I believe that what's stated is that if Eden is not able to move forward on the project, then those units will be placed within the E1 building, additional 68 or 67 plus manager. Is that correct?
It's correct that there would be the option to put them in the multifamily building if that were able to move forward before the Eden project. That's correct. And then the condition of approval further states that once Eden delivers the 100% affordable building, those 67 units that in the multifamily building, the affordability restrictions would be able to be transferred over to the Eden building at that point. So
I wanted to explore that part of it.
Sure.
So is it a common practice? I'm concerned about whether that could actually happen, given California law protecting tenants' rights. Can the tenants be evicted from building E1 and put into building G1? And are there any guarantees that there will be comparable units and amenities in building G1 for them to go to?
Certainly there are comparable units in terms of the bedroom count, the bathroom count, the way that the development team has proposed the Eden 100% affordable building is to have somewhat larger than typical units so that we can cater to families and also make that development proposal stand out within the market and be more likely to attract the financing. So I think there definitely would be comparable units available. The remainder of your question raises some of the challenges. Certainly there would be relocation issues. There are limitations on the basis to evict tenants. That would not be anyone's preference. I mean, certainly this is designed to work so that the 100% affordable building moves first so that the multifamily building doesn't have to answer all of those questions, though it does help the project to have the ability to do that if the market would allow it.
Yeah, I'm really wondering whether that's completely unenforceable and just something that's put in there to say we're going to do something, because has it been done? Have 68 tenants been moved from one building to another?
I haven't worked on a project where we've done that. We have proposed similar structures before as a way of providing security, not actually in a regular conditional use permit or MAP. I've only worked on projects like that where we've had a development agreement or are getting either a financial or land contribution from the public agency. So this is actually a unusually restrictive condition that we're being subject to for this context. But again, yeah, I think that to avoid the need to pay relocation to create those types of issues, it creates a very strong incentive to finish the 100% affordable building as soon as possible, because then you don't need to answer any of those questions or deal with those issues.
Thank you.
Mayor, also, if the council has follow-up questions about tenants' rights, I wanted to say that Nazanin Salehi from Goldfarb Littman is available on the line too.
Okay, great. That would probably be helpful after we're done with the applicant. Yeah, please, Councilmember Rennie.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So most of the concerns I've heard are around why can't we have more affordable units and how do we make sure we get the affordable units? So I have a couple questions around that. Let me start with, I believe you're telling me that you said something to the effect you needed all or most of the 127 units to pay for the infrastructure that will cover the whole site, the affordable building and the multifamily unit. And is it, so that's part of the question. The second part of the question is then all this infrastructure will be completed before the 127 units are completed?
Yeah, so we would need to complete all of the backbone infrastructure for the project in conjunction with the townhomes, really just to serve the townhomes. But that would lead to the creation of a buildable pad, stubbed out utilities, service, streets and other services for the Eden Housing Building. And as Andrea was discussing, underwriting those infrastructure costs and really offloading those to the townhomes becomes a huge asset for the affordable housing. It makes the affordable housing application that much more competitive compared to other projects where the affordable housing developer has to go out of pocket for some of that infrastructure. But we would be looking at probably, this was discussed at the Planning Commission hearing, $100 million in upfront costs for entitlements, land acquisition, the backbone infrastructure, design and creation, off-site improvements to Los Gatos Boulevard, permits and impact fees. All of that are costs that need to be front-loaded for the development, and it is critical here for the development to be financially feasible to have the ability to have the townhomes absorb those front-loaded costs so that we can go forward and deliver the rest of the sites and the rest of the project.
And so let me re-ask the first part of my question. You need all or most of the 127. There would be little or no profit from the 127 units because of all this cost you have to do up front.
That's correct. This is already, it's cut to the bone on it. It's less than 30% of the total units. The majority of the market rate units are in that multifamily building, and we really need to have the opportunity to complete the project in order to make the type of return that a developer would want to make to justify this level of investment. And again, that can only happen if and when the affordable housing is delivered.
So let me ask the second question people have been asking. Why can't we have more affordable units on this site?
It's very hard to pay for affordable units. We go back, we can talk about the state's elimination of redevelopment, the challenging funding scenarios that the state faces. It is actually this exact type of partnership that has made it possible for the state to make any progress towards the delivery of affordable housing. During the public comment period, someone mentioned that the very low income units that were delivered in phase one were the only very low income units developed in all of Los Gatos during that planning period. And that's because it is very difficult to finance that sort of deeply affordable, truly affordable, restricted housing without these types of partnerships where you have a market rate developer partnered with an affordable housing developer where the market rate can subsidize those units by acquiring the land, creating the infrastructure. And then however, there's a ceiling to how much those market rates can subsidize. And that's purely a function of what the market rate sales price and rents are going to be, what the land cost is. And at the end of the day, again, this is a proposal that maximizes the amount of affordable housing that can feasibly be provided on the site.
So you're telling me there isn't $250 million of profit here?
I wish there were, because I probably charge better rates.
Okay, I have one last question, Mayor. So I asked you last time if you agreed with all of staff's proposed changes that started on page 15 and went into 16, and the answer you said was yes, I heard. But what I've been looking for is where the issue is. You've sent us an email ahead of time that you don't agree with staff's provision of you can't build the market rate unit until you get building permits on the affordable unit, and you would prefer it to be financing for the affordable unit. And this was so important to you, you went to HCD to make them confirm that that's a reasonable request on your part. What I'm trying to understand in here is where are we violating, or where are we creating this concern on your part? Only place I can find it in these 1,300 pages is on page 16 of 18. There's wording here that says, and if a building permit for building E is pulled before building permits for building G, building E will include 77 below market units. Is that where the wording problem is for you in these 1,300 pages?
Yeah, it's when you boil it down, it does really put it in relief how much overlap and agreement there is, that there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of work to address the concerns that have been raised and respond to them. So at this point, it is correct. The only difference is the difference in the condition of approval that varies from what we put in our density bonus concession request back on September 3rd, which is that timing. And it is correct that we did so September 3rd, we submitted our density bonus request with our preferred timing. The Planning Commission considered that. They made a different recommendation. They recommended actually denying that request. On November 19th is when we met with HCD and with the town, and HCD provided what sounded to me like unequivocal direction that our request complied with the requirements of state density bonus law and that the town should bring it forward to a hearing. HCD's letter yesterday and their clarifying email today was meant to document that oral direction that they had previously provided. And yeah, we did ask HCD to clarify that the letter that they sent yesterday was meant to encompass our density bonus request, and that was part of what they had analyzed, and that they felt our density bonus request was compliant with the law. And their clarification was yes. So that's what leads us to where we are right now.
So if I change the language to if a building permit for building E is pulled before financing for building G is complete, building E will include 777 below market units. Is that fix your concerns?
It would. And what we've even done to further try and compromise is say the earlier of building permit or the acceptance of a tax credit award, because then we have, both options are memorialized. And I think both options at that point make it clear that there is a real project that is moving forward that has that end delivery date in sight, for all the reasons that Andrea described.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
If I could continue with Andrea. So I did have one question, and I don't know if you got the rest of the information on the affordability. So I'll let you continue to answer the earlier question, and then.
Sure. So these are AMI, or the area median income, is set up and refreshed every year. And it's based on county. And for example, for a one-person household, for a two-person household at 30% AMI, that income is $48K or $48,000 roughly. A four-person household at the same level would be $60K, so roughly double. A four-person household at 60% AMI, so this is kind of the range that we'll be in between 30 and 60. A two-person household would be $96,000, and a four-person household would be $120,000. So corresponding rents for a one-bedroom at 60% AMI, that's $2,200 roughly, or 30%, it would be $1,100 for a one-bedroom.
Okay, thank you. I think that's really helpful to understand those numbers and think about, what people earn and how hard it is to live here. The follow-up I had was you mentioned something about potentially getting county funding. Is that from the 2016 Measure A money, or is there other county money?
We would have to apply to whatever the county has available. It's my understanding that Measure A is pretty much done, but they do have ongoing sources occasionally, and their interest is strong. They weren't able to get a Measure A project, and they really wanted to get, I think, one in every town/city. So they've just been checking in with us occasionally, but we would have to go through the competitive process for that. But we did, which was mentioned earlier, we did just finish a project in collaboration with the county in Palo Alto. It was on county-owned land that served a similar population. Half the units were set aside for IDD families. It's really beautiful. We're going to have a grand opening soon. I will make sure you're all invited. It's pretty close, so I encourage you to come visit.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that we talked about some specific salary numbers rather than just percentages. It's helpful. Based on what you've said, 48,000, 96,000 in the Eden building, wouldn't that preclude our police officers, our teachers, our firefighters? Would they be above the limit?
I don't know what those people make, but not necessarily. Plenty of police officers or teachers may be single parents with multiple children. So as soon as you start calculating how big a household is, if you only have one wage earner, you pretty quickly qualify for affordable housing in the Bay Area.
Okay, I would be interested in staff maybe doing some work on that, because based on the numbers you've said, it doesn't match with our salaries for our police department, our teachers, et cetera. I had another question about and I appreciate that the work has been done and that, that you feel that you've come very close to getting what you need out of the conditions with some slight wording changes with with working directly with staff on this. One of the concerns I have is about this project stopping at 127 units and not producing any affordable housing. Is there, and you mentioned that you haven't actually executed agreements for all the properties. Is there any possibility that this project could get trimmed back and you wouldn't actually purchase sufficient land for the rest of the project, but only what was needed for the 127 and stopping at that point?
That wouldn't make any economic sense, because to develop only the 127 units, the amount of infrastructure that goes along with that would be more cost than just those 127 units can really justify until we can complete the rest of the market rate components of the project. So again, that's part of what we've been saying all along, is that the security that the town is looking for comes from the fact that we're only allowed to build this relatively small percentage of the market rate units, and the majority of the market rate units will happen after delivery of the affordable housing. And we're very strongly incentivized to deliver the affordable housing because we need the rest of those market rate units to make the overall project make sense.
So what you're saying is that a project for 127 units for townhomes at above market or at market is just not a feasible project?
It would have looked very different. It would have different types of infrastructure proposed. The way that this project has been designed is not to function for 127 units alone. And actually, if we think back to the housing element process, when we were looking at an all townhome project, we were looking at in the realm of 200, 230 units. We needed more units, significantly more units, if it was going to be a townhome only project. That project, as Steve mentioned at this point several hours ago, was evolved in response to the town's direction to increase the density to provide more units here. And that's how we got to the 30 dwelling units per acre and the 450 units with the higher density product type. A 127 unit only project with the infrastructure intended to design or intended to support 450 units just doesn't make economic sense.
And there's a requirement that that infrastructure be built, is that correct?
That's correct. The conditions of approval have timing for the infrastructure that corresponds with what we were saying, that the primary backbone infrastructure, the meadow, other components that we've been talking about will all be delivered as the townhomes are complete, and then the pads for the 100% affordable and multifamily building will come in as those develop.
Councilmember Badami.
Thank you. So we just heard about the affordable housing units and the income levels for affordability. The units that are proposed, are they pretty much like a 1-bedroom or a 2-bedroom? Is there anything to accommodate a family that might have 3 or 4 children with a husband and wife?
Yes, for sure. So
Well, we're proposing what they call a large family project in our world, which means we have to have a range of unit sizes of 1, 2s, and 3s. So we have to have at least 25% 2 bedrooms and 25% 3 bedrooms in order to get the tax credits that we're proposing. So we will have those. And Eric's pulling up the actual numbers. But we're required to do that in order to get the tax credits. So you will definitely have larger units.
And so it's 31 1-bedrooms, 18 2-bedrooms, and 18 3-bedrooms. So there would be opportunity for a range of housing types and family sizes.
Okay, thank you.
Along the same lines, but not actually on the deed restricted affordable, one of the things that, I think is important to note on this is that the Bellaterra homes, North 40 Phase 1, I don't know how many, but I saw numerous homes listed for less than $1 million, which is less than half of what the average price of a home is in Los Gatos. And while $1 million might sound expensive, it's, in the line of sight for a lot of working families that rent. And so I'm curious if there are going to be any more naturally affordable, smaller townhomes contained within the development.
Yeah, so the townhomes would be a range of 2, 3, and 4 bedrooms. So there are, again, exactly as you were suggesting, the intent to capture different segments of the market with different product types. And the same is true for the multifamily mixed income building, where a little over half of that would be 1 bedrooms and providing a more entry-level housing opportunity. But then the remainder of it, the other half, would be split between 2 and 3 bedrooms to accommodate different housing sizes. So there would be a range of choices based on people's preferences and income purchasing power to have different housing types within the development.
Okay, and I think I remember reading this in the plans, but the smallest will be 1 bedroom, largest will be 4 bedrooms? Is that?
So we have 1 bedrooms in the multifamily. The townhomes go from 2 to 4 bedrooms. And the multifamily also has 2 and 3 bedrooms. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, looks like we've asked a lot of affordable housing questions. So now wanted to move to the more technical architecture, design, density, height questions that folks have. Go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
I'm very interested in the placement of building E1 and the waiver that's been requested for that because of its height. My understanding is that that building would need to comply with the town's objective standard of a 50-foot setback. Why couldn't that building be placed at the interior of the property? That was the part of the discussion, part of the North 40 specific plan, part of the will of many of the residents that taller buildings be placed interior where it slopes away, where such a tall building, and we were never even contemplating a 100-foot building. We were talking about 45 or 55-foot buildings, that they would be in the interior because the grade slopes away and it gives some buffer. Why couldn't that building be placed at the interior of the property, or at least beyond the 50-foot setback?
Yeah, we'll have a slide that speaks to this that shows the visual rendering. If the building were tucked closer to the freeway, it would actually be much more visually impactful than the way it's been designed. It would affect the view to the hills in a very different way. And perhaps I'd actually invite our architects back up to help speak to the way that the site has been designed to take advantage of both the natural slope and the underground parking to try and minimize the effect of the height that has been proposed.
Yes, so this is a photo montage showing literally taking the building E and putting it toward the adjacent to the freeway intersections. And what this shows is basically a view blockage of the hills beyond with the building itself. And so there's much more traffic on the freeways in terms of view blockage versus Los Gatos Boulevard. The other issue is what we were trying to do conceptually is along Los Gatos Boulevard is we have ground level retail in this building, and to set it back into the far portions of the site would really jeopardize the viability of retail on the ground floor versus having the retail directly visible from Los Gatos Boulevard. And what we're also creating is a pedestrian paseo starting at Los Gatos, wrapping around the retail on both the building E and an adjacent separate retail building. So the pedestrians would have retail facing on both sides of the paseo, which leads directly to the major meadow open space. So that was a big concept of the organization of the site itself, starting with the central open space in the middle, and then having the building E1 adjacent to Los Gatos Boulevard with the ground level retail providing pedestrian access toward the meadow, then having the townhomes clustered around the meadows itself and creating a focal element for that along with the affordable building.
So I wanted to go back to your first point because I am completely lost on that one. How is it possible that setting a 100-foot monolith back away from the sidewalk, away from the boulevard, creates more of an obstruction than that 100-foot monolith being 20 feet from the boulevard? I don't understand that.
Well, we do have a 30-foot setback, which is, again, part of the, we're complying with the North 40 specific plan. And as part of that requirement, this 30-foot zone, we're planting an array of orchard trees, which are required. So that'll provide a visual buffer for the building at the ground level with the row of orchard trees. And the implications here are, again, visually, it's a trade-off. You know, you either put it in a location like this, which does have view blockage, and, you know, the traffic at the intersections are impacted versus some view blockage along Los Gatos Boulevard.
I just find that incredible. To me, a 100-foot slab in front of you blocks more than something that's set back where the elevation is significantly lower.
So also in this rear of the site is more level in terms of contour. What happens on Los Gatos Boulevard is if you're on the boulevard, then roughly if you go offset 30 feet inward, the site slopes. So it goes from +0 at the boulevard itself, it slopes down around 6 feet. So what that does with a taller building is you actually conceptually lower it by 6 feet because it's half, we talked about the basement, but it's not a full underground basement level. What happens is it's half above grade and half below grade. And then our access is driveway access directly off of C5 Street, the adjacent street. And so this idea of a 100-foot tall building, we're having to measure it at the lowest portion of the site, which is at the, toward inward part of the site, measured up to the tallest, mechanical penthouse level. But looking at like this, for example, the building heights here, this massing immediately in front of us on the left side, the first step is at 61 feet. Then the portion on the right side is at 71 feet. Then the building's, that's why we step the building backwards. So the tallest portion of the building is actually way inward toward the site. And so visually on the boulevard, you see the array of trees, building setback 30 feet. And as a comparison, the 70 feet height is comparable to the Stanford Cancer Center, South Bay, which is nearby this project site, and that's 70 feet. So the buildings are comparable in height in that sense.
Well, I walked the site. I spent some time on the site on Friday, and I know that land, the natural slope of that land, slopes downward from the boulevard, and so I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense. I wanted to ask also, if I could, about if there is an objective standard that says that a tall building should have a 50-foot setback, why would it be infeasible to do that?
Well, first, the standard to grant the waiver is not infeasible. It's whether the standard would physically preclude development as the project has been proposed. And as we saw from the site plan, we proposed the development to accentuate the meadow, to maximize housing around the meadow, and to have the higher density housing product types along Los Gatos Boulevard for the multifamily building, and along the Burton and towards the back of the site for the 100% affordable project section of the building or section of the development. But the key part of that is that if we were to impose a 50-foot setback, move this building further back, it would either require us to reduce the density by taking out the townhomes. It would require us to remove amenities by changing the size and shape of the meadow. And all of those things are specifically prohibited by the state density bonus law, that the town is not allowed to enforce standards, even if they're objective, if they would physically preclude development as has been proposed. And clearly, if we were forced to move this building another 20 feet back, that would physically preclude developing what we've proposed. So that is not allowed.
I
under the state
appreciate your
density bonus law.
perspective on it. We will be discussing this with our attorney as well. But my reading is somewhat different, and that there are objective standards, and if those, basically what you're saying is that nothing about this project could be changed because we have to accept everything exactly as it's been proposed. And I believe that state law does allow us to have certain certain ones as long as it doesn't make the project infeasible. We'll get into that separately, but I disagree with your interpretation that nothing on this project can be changed other than what's been proposed.
Yeah, I would refer us back to the town attorney's presentation from the beginning of the evening where she cited the Banker Hill 150 versus San Diego case, which articulates the exact legal standard, which is, as I expressed, that you cannot apply a development standard that would physically preclude the project as it's been proposed.
Correct. And that Banker Hill, I don't want to get into the details, but that involved eliminating a courtyard. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the location of this space. We're not talking about eliminating any space here.
Well, except that if you were to redesign from the dais here and move the building back, it would require us to eliminate the meadow. So that is directly on point with the Banker Hill decision that you just referenced.
So I wanted to ask about this concept of the design choices that had to be made. So I know there have been a variety throughout the years. There have been a variety of sort of designs considered here, and so I wanted to ask about the trade-offs that you made in terms of the building height, the meadow, those sorts of things. What would be required if someone were to want to drop the height, for instance?
Well, we'll have the architects come back up and talk about the overall design concept. Certainly dropping the height would require removing a floor of units and a severe reduction in the unit count. Again, the site's been carefully designed to find the right balance between the units that the town has planned for, the amount of open space that's required and offered as an amenity, and getting the economics right so we can provide the affordable housing. But I'll pause there and ask the architect to speak a little bit more about some of the other design concepts that went into it.
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, the ability to go to taller heights or higher density housing gives us the ability to utilize land area for open space, in this case, this project. So, for example, taking a level off to try to make the project economically feasible, we would still have to strive to hit a certain number of units. So we would actually increase the size of the floor plate, and conceptually this is a U shape, so it would just extend further into the site and just use up more of the open space, basically. So it does a similar thing of setting back the building versus trying to lower the building. You conceptually just have to use more land area for a building footprint, which takes up, valuable open space in this case.
And so along those lines, that's sort of my question. I think that, as I've been talking with folks in the last few weeks about this, the design that you all have brought forward, I think the 3.5 acres of green and open space has been universally, admired. I think people are very happy about the fact that you're getting this large sort of central park. And what I'm hearing from you is, were you to start, redesigning, you would likely have to impede in some way that open space.
Yeah, that's correct. And also with the amenities that are part of that space too. The gardens, there's a mini amphitheater and some, multi-purpose buildings and so forth.
Councilmember Hudas?
Yeah, and looking at this, I'm just wondering why those townhomes couldn't be on the other side of that open space and the building moved back and that space recovered. And when you talk about infeasible, is that because you have sunk costs in the development so far and you don't want to change anything that's been done on the engineering or design, and that's why it's infeasible?
Well, again, the standard for a density bonus waiver is not infeasible. It's does it physically preclude what has been proposed? And changing this, imposing an additional 20-foot setback on top of the 30-foot setback that's already included would physically preclude development that has been proposed. That includes the affordable housing that is necessary to be entitled to that waiver. So there's not a feasibility standard to deny the waiver request. The question is, does it physically preclude the development that's been proposed? It's also true that if you were to impose a condition of approval that made the project infeasible, that would also be a violation. But again, we're not looking at that right now, and that's a different standard.
I have a quick note about the question about moving the townhomes to the north side. The street there labeled North Turner Street is what we're calling a backbone street. And by design, we're not loading any garages off of that street to allow for easy vehicular circulation for the overall project. So moving the townhomes to the other side would either require us to build additional streets to feed those garages, or it would require us to feed the garages off of the loop road, which as a matter of planning, we're trying not to.
Thank you. I had a couple other design questions. So I think I understand this, but there was a question from a public commenter from Ms. Yamamoto about how people get in and out of the garage. Can somebody speak to that?
Yes, it's a little hard to see off of this diagram, but there's this C5 street that's coming perpendicular from Los Gatos Boulevard on the right side of building E1. And you can kind of barely see there's actually two driveway entrances. The first one closest to Los Gatos is a slight upslope. And what you're seeing is parking at the ground level, basically. So it's a loop, then you come in and then go out. And that's dedicated mainly for the commercial users. So those are the commercial spaces for the retail and restaurant uses. Then the next driveway closer toward D and C Street corner is a driveway downward, and that's a half a basement level going down into the basement. And that's where the majority of the residential parking is, in the basement level. So it's somewhat segregated. There's a little bit residential on the ground floor too.
And also just, if there are further questions about the operations, I wanted to let the council know that Michelle Hunt of Hexagon, who's the transportation engineer who analyzed traffic operations in connection with this, is here and can also provide additional information about the circulation system and how it's been designed to function.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudas?
Yeah, the point about parking was raised, and in reading the details of the plans, it appears that 922 spaces are required and 768 are being provided. That's 153 short of what's required, and that's one of the concessions, I think, that's being requested. And I'm interested in where those cars are going to go. These homes, aside from the affordable ones, are going to be expensive, and we have very little or limited public transit here. So to say people are going to come here and then they're going to take public transit elsewhere after they've paid $2 million or more for a home just doesn't make sense. So is it true that we're 153 short of the standard?
I would disagree with that characterization. The project is complying with the standard defined in the state density bonus law of how much parking is required. And I would note that the town's own code has fewer parking spaces required for the 100% affordable project than the state density bonus would require. So the project also complies with the town's deeper or more permissive parking standard, in addition to then the rest of the project complying with the parking requirements established by the density bonus law.
So I just wanted to explore an opportunity around that. So if there, for whatever reason, we end up 153 spaces short and people have cars, there's a parking garage on phase one. And I took the opportunity to go into the garage the other day, and of the 303 spaces, I estimated that 230 weren't being used, were empty. The access is on Turner Street, which is right near there. Is there any consideration or possibility of using those excess spaces from phase one to accommodate some of the parking that might be generated in phase two?
Well, again, the project is consistent with the applicable parking requirements, and then yet to the extent that the market demands additional parking opportunities, I'm sure that the parties would try and figure out how to accommodate that.
Well, if I could follow up, we have the parties here.
Well,
are they interested in pursuing the opportunity to provide some additional parking by working an arrangement with the phase one?
Well, we've proposed the amount of parking that we think is right-sized for the project and that meets the applicable parking requirements. If a future owner of a townhome felt that the 2 1/2 parking spaces that they were allocated weren't sufficient, they could look to the market to purchase additional parking. But increasing parking above what has been included within the proposal and that meets the standards established by the state isn't something that we are interested in discussing tonight.
Okay, so the developer is not interested, but the individuals could go knock on the door. Is that what you're proposing?
Again, we think that we've right-sized parking. That's why we're proposing, so that we have units that meet the demand for the people that are going to live there. But people in the future can look to make their own arrangements. That's certainly a freedom that they would have.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rennie.
Just can't resist adding a little history. Actually, at one point, it was either Summerhill or Eden, and I think it was Summerhill came back and said there's more parking than needed and asked the town to reduce it. And at the time, the council, I think I disagreed, said, no way, we want all the parking. So there probably is, I'm not surprised you're saying there's more parking, and it was the town that actually forced that, not the developer.
Yeah, and through the mayor, if I could just comment, being on the North 40 specific plan, there was discussion that the parking structure would provide parking for residential in phase two. The amount of residential got distributed afterwards, but there was always that discussion, which is why I thought it was important that we retain those spaces, because we're going to have a problem. I had another question in this topic area, but I just want to defer if we're still talking about the design and that
Other folks have questions on the design, architecture things. Okay, I have one more on this, which is I think somewhat related. Two things. One, I just wanted to hear what the vision is for access to the park, public green space, and amphitheater, and so how that will be A, managed, and B, accessed by residents in town.
Well, the management would be handled through the homeowners association and property owners association between the project. They would be subject to CC&Rs. We would anticipate that it would function in many ways as a community amenity, not only to serve the future residents immediately within this development, but be accessible to members of the public as well.
And so the homeowners association then would take on any liability associated with the public space? Because we've had this question come up before with a different development we were looking at, where the developer essentially said, we thought it might be a public space. Actually, no, it's just for the HOA, and this is a very large space, and so I want to confirm that it will be, for all intents and purposes, a public space.
Yeah, that is correct. That's the intention here. Again, it's as you pointed out, it's large enough to serve as an amenity both for the development and the community as large, the community at large. So that is the intention, and that yeah, it would be managed in accordance with that.
And so the HOA then would take on the liability of the space?
I mean, the HOA, you're asking a lawyer about liability questions. It's trying to figure out where to start unpacking it. But yeah, the HOA would have primary responsibility for maintenance, for making sure it was safe and accessible. Yeah, I don't know that we want to go through every permutation about exactly how risks might be allocated.
Sure. My question is, you're not going to in a year say, actually, the town of Los Gatos, this should be a public park that you manage.
That is not the proposal.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I guess, do you have other questions about the public space? Yeah.
Well, I did regarding, for example, dog droppings and maybe dog bite liability, because in a community park, you're going to have a lot of people liking to walk their dogs, and sometimes a dog might bite a resident or another pedestrian or somebody frequenting the park. So you're talking about the HOA is maintaining liability and maintenance for the park, but maybe they don't like the intrusion of increased liability exposure or cleanup. I mean, how do
you... Is that a question?
Well, I'm just trying to understand how this is going to work, because it's either the HOA owns the common area, or are they have to keep it open to the public, and you have all these other issues that can create problems?
Yeah, and those are often those specific risk allocation discussions are memorialized in the CC&Rs. The conditions of approval require us to submit the CC&Rs to the town for its review and approval to make sure that that's being allocated appropriately in this particular project. There will be public access easements securing the ability of the public to use the open space, and that will discuss what happens in the event that there's an accident or someone else causes an injury who's responsible for that. So that is definitely part of the implementation agreements that will be memorialized to effectuate the conditions of approval.
Well, I've seen restrictions sometimes on the size of a dog, because the larger the dog or maybe the breed can create problems. I mean, who would police that? The HOA?
Well, again, I don't know that the HOA is going to restrict dogs to that level. That's a level of detail that gets implemented much further along in the implementation phase. So we're at the tentative map, the entitlement stage. So those are details that get implemented once the project approvals are secured.
Okay, I just have concerns with the crossover or the blending of it being a community park versus property that's owned by the HOA.
Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. I'm not going to get into the details because I don't think our town polices our park for what size dog is there or if there's fights. So I know that those things can happen, but what I'm more concerned, or not concerned about, what I want to make sure is it is in the conditions of approval that this park will remain open to the public, that at some point in 5 years, the residents don't take a vote and fence it off or something.
Yeah, and that would be secured through the public access easements that are shown on the tentative map, and that will be memorialized once the map is recorded and in the CC&Rs. I believe that's already expressly articulated in the conditions. We can review that, and if you need further clarification, we can talk about that. But that is certainly the intention, and again, the mechanisms, the dedications that are proposed on the tentative map itself would secure that kind of access, so that it's not a bait and switch or a change made later.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll have that question for staff if we have somewhere memorialized about public access in perpetuity in the conditions of approval. Councilmember Hudas.
Thank you. Let me just do a couple easy ones and then one which I wanted to discuss a little bit. The 4 to 5 large cork trees that are in the middle, are they being preserved? And the red barn, is that being preserved?
I'll ask the landscape architect to speak to the trees. for the red barn that has already, in connection with the Los Gatos specific plan, the town made findings of significant and unavoidable impacts for the demolition of that. There is a concept to have interpretive signage and development that within the open space that nods to that architectural heritage and that history. But the structure itself has already been determined by the town to be something that's not able to be preserved. And as to the trees, I'll defer to the landscape architect.
I'm very specific to the large cork trees that are in middle off of the dirt road that leads in directly north of Phase 1.
Yes, we had an arborist report and referred to that in our decision to save all of the large trees around the barn and the meadow. So yes, that's correct. We're trying to save all that we can.
Okay, thank you. I had another question about the physical design, and that in the presentation earlier, there was some discussion about retail and restaurant space. And I'm wondering if that is real or not. How much of the and I got a letter from a resident whose son-in-law lives there and likes the Phase 1 development, but says, "Where's the retail?" And so, how much retail and restaurant has been provided in Phase 1?
I think so. We can have the rest of the development team speak to it, but I believe that's still in process as the retail and restaurant market continues to recover from the pandemic to create enough of a market to complete the build out of what was envisioned and approved for Phase 1.
So I guess we're talking about Phase 2. So is it possible to condition something around having that actually there rather than a bunch of empty storefronts that are very unattractive part of Phase 1? And also going back to years of hearing from residents who talk about the importance of having some local grocery or dry cleaner or small restaurant or that type of thing. Is there any way to have a better track record on Phase 2 than we've had on Phase 1, because it's been 5 years?
Yeah, I actually think the best way is to approve 450 new housing units, which will create a market for the retail development that's there. We need rooftops in order to fully build out and realize the vision. So anything that we can do to facilitate the development of the housing project will only make the retail market stronger and more appealing to tenants.
There's no way to condition the provision of some of those services that were promised?
Correct. There's not a feasible condition of approval that would trigger that exact timing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I actually had a question along the similar lines. I thought the letter that we got from someone whose son lives in North 40 Phase 1 was, I think, important. It's one of the, questions and perhaps complaints I've heard, interestingly, more than most others, that, there are a lot of people, I live nearby, though not in a way that I can't vote on this, and a lot of people in my neighborhood and who live sort of in the surrounding mile were really looking forward to some of these new amenities in the northern part of town that I think generally is less served through amenities and restaurants and commercial than the downtown, for instance. And so I hear you saying put in a bunch of new units and you'll have a new commercial spaces, but can you give us any more on sort of how you plan to actually get these spaces filled? Because I think that's super important for the people, not only that are planning to move into the new space, but then the people in the surrounding community.
Yeah, so that's a fair question. I'm not sure if Grosvenor or another one of our development team members want to speak to the retail leasing strategy. Oh, Well, yeah, you've got a vested interest. Why don't you?
Ed Morimoto, and now I'm wearing my hat as the head of Yuki Farms LLC. We are the owner of the Junction site, which means ultimately we are on the hook to develop the retail. As far as what we can do to ensure that the retail gets built and populated, if you could prevent a global pandemic, that would be great. Or hyperinflation and the consequent interest rate hikes that came with it. Or a president who decides to throw out massive tariffs at a whim. Those would all help. Keep in mind, we are very committed to building out the Junction and having it thrive. I think there's no stronger testimony to that than I have moved my office into the Junction, so probably as much as many of those residents, I feel the absence of those goods and services compared to, most other people within Los Gatos. There is good news on the horizon. I believe I can say this. We are hopefully days away from signing an agreement with MB Partners, who you may know from Manresa Bread, Mentone, to fully lease one of the buildings, which will allow us to begin construction on that building. Guarantees are difficult because you don't know when the next pandemic is going to hit or when the next economic downturn is going to hit. But we stepped in to develop that site because we have a strong commitment to the town of Los Gatos. We have a strong commitment to the site. As 75-year residents of North Los Gatos, we feel the pain of the lack of goods and services in the north end of town. Unfortunately, that is as much of a guarantee as I can provide. So hopefully that's something.
Thank you. I have seen the light on in the farmhouse in the past few months.
That would be me.
Yeah. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Mr. Morimoto, follow up on that. So I have kind of been thinking about this also and sort of where the future is going. And we've got actually a bunch of other development projects in the north end of town that are going to wipe out a lot of the amenities that are there, the retail that's there, that little mall where the automotive is going to go when they start building. The Swenson project's going to probably wipe out one or two restaurants, and is there still a coffee shop there?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so
Boulevard Coffee.
I'm assuming, can your math change to kind of maybe absorb some of what we're losing and have it out there instead?
Well, it's not really our math that's the problem, right? It's tenants, right? At the end of the day, we can only economically build commercial buildings if there are tenants to lease those buildings at rents that make those economies feasible. Now, perhaps some of the consumption of those spaces from these other projects will create a greater demand for retail spaces. But the reality is, just from those few things that I've mentioned, there's others, right? Potential tenants are wary, right? I mean, just like, we as an investor are wary about signing a big lease to take an expensive piece of property to open a new store and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to build out that store. So on the one hand, I'm regularly beating my head against the wall as to why aren't these tenants stepping up? We have every reason to believe what we're providing is very attractive. I mean, I think that the commitment from MB is a testament to that. But that having been said, we literally lost a full building tenant overnight when the tariffs in Asia were announced. We had the documents drafted that would have allowed us to pull permits and start building that building. And the next day, it was gone. So unfortunately, although to people who aren't involved in this, and quite frankly, this was, eye-opening for me because we are farmers first, landowners second. We are not developers. But what I've learned over the last 5 or 6 years is somewhat eye-opening as far as how thin the margins are, how seemingly small things like a quarter point in interest rate can mean the difference between something that is feasible and a worthwhile risk to something that is infeasible or feeling incredibly risky. So I hope that we will see, tenants come up. If any of you own businesses like that, come see us. We have space for you, or we will build space for you. I agree that we need a bodega or something like that in North Los Gatos. Of course, I miss having restaurants and coffee shops. Having had my office for the last decade right above Eric's Deli. I'm used to a level of convenience much different than the reality that I'm living with today. So believe you me that I'm doing everything in my power, at least, to change that situation.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions on retail, commercial? Okay, that concludes my list of questions for the developer. Are there other questions for the developer? Go ahead.
I had some questions about the environmental work that's been done. Is this the time to get into that?
Any other questions for the developer?
Okay. So my understanding, and in reading the document that was in part of our packet, it appears that, well, I'm a little confused. Does the environmental work for this project depend on the 2040 general plan EIR or the 2020 general plan EIR?
This document refers to the 2040 general plan EIR because when the town adopted its housing element, it also certified an environmental document that said that the environmental analysis of the 2040 general plan EIR covered all of the environmental impacts of development that was planned for and designated in the housing element. And again, because this site is consistent with the housing element designations, it therefore was also part of the environmental analysis that was conducted in the 2040 general plan EIR. And then to make sure that anything peculiar to this project or the project site was analyzed, the town required a series of technical studies, including a transportation study, noise study, greenhouse gas, air quality emissions, to look at the project-specific features and analyze whether any of those project-specific features would cause new or more severe environmental impacts than had already been analyzed in connection with the town's adoption of the housing element. All of those technical expert studies showed that there would not be new or more severe environmental impacts. Therefore, the 2040 general plan EIR, again, readopted and recertified in connection with adoption of the housing element, adequately discloses any of the significant effects associated with this development.
So, and I think it's a little different than what I read in the study, but you're saying that it's dependent on the 2040. The 2040 EIR refers to a land use element that was rescinded.
That's correct.
How is it possible to have an EIR for a land use element that's not law?
Well, the EIR was not ever challenged. It was never rescinded. all of the environmental analysis in the EIR remains valid. In fact, the town relied on that EIR when it adopted its housing element. So the town has already decided that that 2040 general plan EIR was certified and adequately analyzed the environmental effects of development consistent with the housing element. So it was the town's decision to use that EIR for the housing element that makes it applicable to this project as well.
Okay, and we'll get into a little more detail on this because I believe there are some challenges with an EIR has to apply to particular zoning or to a particular zoning or particular land use. And it seems as though it doesn't. It hangs off of something that was not in force.
Well, I disagree with that. It was, the certified 2040 general plan EIR was relied on for adoption of the housing element, which designates this site for residential uses at 30 dwelling units per acre. So the environmental analysis in the 2040 general plan EIR corresponds with the town's designation applicable to this site adopted through the housing element.
I had some other questions about the work that's been done on the environmental. So in April of 2025, the Planning Commission recommended that the town study the cumulative impacts of the SB 330 projects. Has that been accomplished?
Mayor? So we have Rick Jarvis with Jarvis Fay here to talk about CEQA, and the town was responsible for the CEQA, and so I wanted to offer that up as well.
Okay, so maybe if there's...
Okay, I'll hold that for them. And I think my other question as well is about the town's CEQA report.
Okay, great. Are there any other questions for the applicant? All right, seeing none, we will close our 4-hour-long public hearing. Now to questions of staff. So I think, similarly, although I think maybe a lot of these have been answered, maybe we can start with legal, builder's remedy, density bonus, state housing law questions, and then get into a variety of other questions. Do folks have those legal, builder's remedy, state housing law questions for staff?
Well, while you're gathering your thoughts, I could respond on the waiver issue with regard to density bonus law. And then I can briefly introduce the CEQA topic and then invite Rick Jarvis to weigh in. And then we can answer any other questions that come up. So the density bonus statute itself, when it talks about waivers, it says that the town can't impose a development standard that would physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by density bonus law. So that's the wording of the statute. And so then there's just a handful of cases interpreting the statute. And there's a decision out of Berkeley, Woolmer versus City of Berkeley. And the court held that nothing in density bonus law requires an applicant to strip its projects of amenities in order to meet standards. And then we have the Bankers Hill versus San Diego decision saying that and that's a slightly different situation in that the city of San Diego had approved a project using density bonus law. And then a citizen sued the city saying you shouldn't have granted that waiver. So it's a slightly different fact pattern. But the court held that the city had rightfully granted the waiver because they said there was no way to include the affordable units in the project unless the project was built as proposed. So there's like a slight factual deviation from the facts at hand here, because there was only one way to design that project in Bankers Hill. So, you know, that said, the general rule of thumb is you consider the project as proposed, but there are ways to distinguish the Bankers Hill decision from the situation that's facing the city now with regard to the requested waivers. And then with regard to CEQA, the land use element and the community design element were rescinded from the 2040 general plan. However, the town did do an environmental impact report that studied the impacts of the 2040 general plan as a whole, and the environmental impact report remains in place. And so when this planning application came to the town asked its CEQA consultant to evaluate the project and whether or not it could rely on this CEQA section 15183, meaning could it tier off of the environmental impact report that was done for the 2040 general plan. And the answer is that the project can tier off of that environmental impact report so long as there's no unique significant impacts associated with this particular project or this particular site. And so based on that, the consultant concluded that there are no such significant impacts. And as a result, the town staff is recommending that we rely on the 2040 general plan EIR. But I did want to mention that Rick Jarvis, his firm has been helping the town through these CEQA questions, and Rick is on the line on Zoom if the council has follow-up questions for Mr. Jarvis.
Councilmember Hudes?
I actually have a question first on the first point that you made. I think the fact pattern and the fact basis for the Berkeley, the Bunker Hill are quite different in that they were eliminating amenities. What we're talking about in this location of the building, we're not talking about changing the height, we're not talking about changing the density. We're just saying, could it be located elsewhere on a fairly open part of that project? Other than the fact that they've put some sunk costs into this, is there any reason why we couldn't have our own standards apply, which says, you know, taller buildings have to be set back 50 feet?
I think any court deciding this issue would make a determination as to whether or not the affordable units could still be provided with the town's adherence to its objective standards. And so it'll be fact-based, like if the buildings are flipped, can the affordable units still be provided? I think that will be the linchpin.
Do we have any opinion about that? Because it seems to me this is simply a location issue with that building. We're not talking about anything that would impact the Eden Housing building or anything that would change the 10 units that are supposed to be in that building.
I think it'll be very fact dependent, and I do think it would be worth reopening the public hearing to ask the applicant those questions.
Okay. I think I did ask.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, I think we heard their answer. And I guess my question is, I think the applicant would argue what they did about the townhomes. They have to move the townhomes in a way that disrupts an amenity, and we're not allowed to or I guess we can't eliminate amenities, but I think I guess you're right. It would be a judge would be deciding what does eliminating amenity mean.
Yeah. I mean, what happened in Wolmer is the city wanted to eliminate an amenity. They wanted to eliminate a courtyard, and the court said you can't eliminate the amenity. And then in Bankers Hill, the city approved the project with the amenity. That decision was challenged, and the court said that was the right decision to make because they wouldn't have been able to provide the affordable housing any other way.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Vice Mayor Risto?
I think the mayor touched on it, but I was going to say, isn't the large park considered an amenity?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
And again, is there, if I could, has the applicant said that the park would have to be eliminated if that building were moved?
No, they have not. I think if a court were looking at the decision that the town council makes tonight, I think they would say, did your decision preclude the provision of a project that contained the requisite amount of affordable housing? And so I think the question will be, would shifting the buildings make it difficult for the applicant to provide the required affordable housing?
Have we heard anything to that? Because when I asked the applicant, their answer was, you can't change anything about the project. They didn't answer my question about could that be relocated? Would it be infeasible? Would it be, they just said you can't change anything about the project.
I do think that's a better question for the applicant.
It looks like Nazanin has her hand
Okay.
raised.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd just like to state that as far as waivers go, the language is construction of the development at the densities and with the concessions and incentives permitted by density bonus law. So it's not just the provision of affordable housing that is impacted, but would the development standard that you are requiring make them change the construction of the configuration of the development at the densities and with the concessions or incentives that are permitted by density bonus law. I'd also say that in the Bankers Hill case, in that case, it wasn't just the elimination of the courtyard. It said the language was slightly broader in that it said there was nothing in density bonus law that would require, in that case, it was Greystar, to eliminate the courtyard or redesign the building in order to meet the preferences. And so I just wanted to sort of make those additional insertions into what both density bonus law and the case law state.
I think that's helpful. So can you restate what you said in the first half there? So you're saying that anything, surely moving the building leads to a yes answer to your first question. Is that how you interpret that?
So, and I'm trying to remember exactly what the
Can you restate what you said in the first half in more
Yeah, sure.
plain language?
Yeah, sure. So what density bonus law, it gets a little bit tricky. It's easy to conflate what the standard for a waiver is versus a concession or incentive. But the concession and incentive piece, it doesn't necessarily have to relate to the provision of affordable housing. What the statute says is that you can't apply any development standard that would have the effect of the developer not being able to physically construct their development at the density that they propose and with the concessions and incentives that are allowed by the statute. So it's really about, as they've proposed the project with the densities and with the concessions and incentives that they are entitled to, what are you applying a development standard that would physically preclude them from constructing that project?
Okay, that's clear to me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Hudis?
The 50-foot, is that a waiver or is that a concession?
It's a waiver.
That's what I thought. So could we have some precise language about a waiver, and let's not talk about concessions?
So you mean what the statute requires?
Yes, about why we have to grant that waiver if we're not talking about any redesign of that building, except for the sunk costs that they might have in, having taken it this far.
So the statute precludes the town from imposing standards that would, quote, physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by the state density bonus law.
And so having that building located elsewhere, why would that change anything about the density or the incentives?
And just for a point of clarification before Gabrielle, it's not a 50-foot setback. It's within 50 feet of Los Gatos Boulevard. You can't be more than 25 feet tall. So that's an important clarification.
Okay, I agree.
So the statute was written, you're referencing a singular building. This is a collection of buildings. And so the statute is saying you can't physically preclude construction of the proposed building. And then the cases interpreting it are talking about not being able to make changes that would prevent the developer from including the requisite amount of affordable housing.
Again, is there anything in the location of that building that would change the requisite amount of affordable housing?
I don't have an answer to that. I think the applicant can answer that question.
I asked the applicant, and the applicant said you can't change anything about the project. So I'm not willing to ask them again.
Okay. I don't know enough about the various heights that are associated on the sites. I don't know about the parking situation. Maybe the architect knows more about why they've proposed certain buildings at certain places.
And through CDD, and if Jocelyn has anything additional, generally, it's going to be a significant impact to everything, an additional 20 feet in from Los Gatos Boulevard. So anywhere where that's over 25 feet tall would theoretically be eliminated or need to be relocated. So that's a fairly significant impact to the proposed building.
I'm sorry, could you say that again? I didn't quite get that.
So we've got within the 50 feet from the Los Gatos Boulevard, it can't be more than 25 feet tall. So let's say 2 stories. In this case, you've got an existing 30-foot setback, which is what's required. And at that setback, there are portions of that building 20 feet further from the 30-foot required setback that are well over 25 feet. So that would eliminate or require the relocation or reconfiguration of those units that would theoretically be lost, impacting the density.
If that building were simply 50 feet or 100 feet further back, same building,
then we're back into the same conversation with Gabrielle and Nazanin.
okay.
Are there any other questions on this? So I wanted to ask the council: do we want to take a quick break, or okay, we're going to take a 7-minute break and reconvene at 9:20, and we'll have our discussion on the item. Just a minute or Right, we are going to reconvene this meeting of the Los Gatos Town Council and get back into our questions and hopefully start moving toward discussion and motions. Yes, thank you, Councilmember Hudis.
Yeah, thank you. I realize that we have gotten into questions, and I have a whole series of questions about documents that have appeared in the last 48 hours. Some in the last actually 1 hour before this meeting, and some proposed language. And I'm very uncomfortable with that situation. I asked the town attorney earlier about whether there is correspondence from HCD, the applicant, residents, and the town attorney, and changes to conditions of approval that were not available within 48 hours of this hearing, and there is considerable issues with that. And so with that, I'm going to ask for a motion and ask for a continuance, given that the situation of receiving a letter from HCD the evening prior to the hearing and getting further clarification 1 hour before the hearing with no time for us to confer with outside counsel, despite the threat of litigation, which has been conveyed through our attorney. And this correspondence has resulted in changes to the conditions that are being proposed. Also, I would like to say that it's been very difficult for me and the public to understand this project. It's detailed in numerous places that have to be cross-referenced. We have a staff report to the council, a staff report to the planning commission, a website with drawings and technical information that's not contained in those reports, correspondence between town staff and HCD, which was represented but not disclosed to the council, correspondence, meetings between town staff, the developer, and HCD, which has been represented but not documented and not provided to the public, characterized in 1 or 2 sentences by the town attorney, multiple revisions to the conditions of approval without seeing track changes and being superseded by additional changes that are recommended in the staff report, and then additional changes that are being created on the fly. All told, I personally have looked at over 3,000 pages, many of which were made available to the public only 96 hours before the day of the hearing, or only 3 working days before the hearing. And I know it's painful because a continuance counts as one of the 5 hearings. This hearing tonight should have been rescheduled by staff because we did not have a response from HCD in time. But I don't see any option other than to continue this item. So I move to continue this item to a special meeting on January 27 at 5 p.m. And to take further public comment on any information that was not available to them prior to this meeting, and to take additional correspondence and reports. So that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. So I want to ask a question of the town attorney. Is Councilmember Hughes is citing a 48-hour number. Is there anything, I'm not aware of anything legal that says correspondence can't be received, within a certain amount of time of a meeting. Is there anything that we should be aware of in terms of compliance with the law about getting documents, in advance of a meeting?
Well, definitely the town needs to post a special meeting agenda 24 hours in advance of the meeting. And then people are free to submit comments up until the meeting. And that's what happened today. And when those comments have been submitted, they do need to be publicly available. And so we did make those comments publicly available, even though they were received very late.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Risto?
Thank you. I have two questions. How soon was the agenda for this special meeting posted? I know 24 hours is the requirement, but when was this agenda posted?
I'll defer to the town clerk.
It was posted Thursday evening.
Okay, thank you. And then to follow up, from my understanding of the letter or the discussion that HCD had with staff and that was discussed with the council in November, was there anything that was materially different? My perspective is that we got direction from HCD about what seek and confer means, or seek and agree. Get these verbs wrong all the time. And it sounded to me like it was continued questions and the same answer each time. Was there something materially different that was in HCD's actual letter that was received today that is very, very important?
Yeah, I don't want to characterize it as material or not, so I'll just repeat what it was. And so in November, the town got verbal guidance that applying to build a project that included the affordable units constituted seeking and agreeing to provide affordable housing. And so based on that verbal guidance, staff reworked the condition of approval that was presented at the Planning Commission meeting. And then subsequent to that, we shared the proposed condition with the applicant, and the applicant expressed a concern that they would prefer that the affordable units only be provided in building E1 if financing had not been obtained for building G1. And so then subsequent to that, the applicant contacted, I asked for a written confirmation from HCD of their verbal communication with us. We received that yesterday. And then also the applicant contacted HCD to ask for their opinion on whether obtaining financing for the affordable units constituted seeking and agreeing to build the affordable units.
Okay, one other question. Between the verbal discussion with HCD and the written letter that we've received, wasn't there also an email that basically said they may or may not send a letter, but they reiterated what they said verbally and then said schedule the meeting, right?
I'd have to go back and check the correspondence. I do recall that in our conversation with them, they strongly recommended that the town schedule the hearing for January 13th.
Okay, and that wasn't a staff decision. That was also at the direction of the council to schedule this meeting, correct?
I'd have to go back and check because I can't remember the details.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Hudis?
Yeah, again, for the town attorney, who was in the meeting with HCD?
It was myself, the community development director, I believe the planning manager, and then applicant's counsel, several representatives from the applicant, and David Zisser from HCD, David Yang from HCD, and I believe Brian Heaton from HCD.
And so is there any documentation of that call?
I have notes that I took during the call.
Can those be provided to the council?
I can provide them if you would like them.
Well, it's a matter of whether we want to be transparent or not. Was there additional correspondence between town staff and HCD that's not included in the staff report?
Subsequent to the phone call, I wrote to HCD via email to ask for a written opinion. And then there's several emails between me and HCD talking about whether a written opinion could be provided and when.
Was that provided?
My emails with HCD have not been provided to the council.
Also, and that maybe this was resolved, there was a question for HCD about gross versus net. Was that resolved?
Yes, if memory serves, HCD did provide a written opinion on that topic.
Is that included in the packet?
I don't believe so. No.
Okay. So again, coming back to my motion, I think it's important that we be transparent and that all of this correspondence, all of these important meetings be documented unless they are attorney-client privileged. And, and also for the public to have the opportunity to review these really and not minor changes that are being made to the conditions of approval that are a deviation from what the Planning Commission approved. Planning Commission approved something on staff's recommendation, and all of that's being stricken and replaced by other language at this point. And it's not clear why that is. And I'm talking, when I say all of that, I mean all of that regarding the phasing and contingency of the affordable housing. So just, I think it's important that we be transparent and that the public have the opportunity to read these documents.
Councilmember Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't find things have changed that much. The staff report has a pretty detailed description of how the conditions of approval have evolved. The only piece of new information that I see is what was in the desk item tonight, which was HCD corroborating what the developer said they asked for back in September, which is a small piece, I think, of changing it from the requirement of building permits being needed before you can start the market rate building to also include completing financing for the affordable building. That's the only new piece of information I see, and I don't even think it's that significant, because when I look at the conditions of approval that we've developed, I feel comfortable that this has a good chance of being developed. The place that's most at risk is financing. You heard from Eden that they have a perfect track record in completing projects which they get financing. So the risk point is financing. The only change I see from staff report is asking that financing be the trigger for when the multifamily building no longer needs to have the affordable units in it. Again, going back to the biggest concern I keep hearing over and over, we want to make sure we get affordable units. Well, we know if we delay this meeting, it puts more jeopardy, more risk at actually getting the financing done. So I can't see that this helps anything. So I'm not going to vote for a continuance. I'd say work through this. We've done a lot of work in closed sessions discussing these things, and it bothers me that we're not making the sausage in front of people. I think we should be out here tonight working on the sausage, not going back and delaying it so we can have more closed sessions on this.
Yeah, I would generally agree. I don't think continuing at this point makes a lot of sense. I think we've been incredibly transparent. The Planning Commission met in April, about 9 months ago, to discuss this, and all of, that was the exact project that we're looking at this evening, 450 units, 77 deed restricted BMP units. I think the project hasn't changed. The questions have been on, these conditions of approval, which I think have evolved in a transparent way, where the correspondence with HCD is all public, and I just don't. To me, that is not material in any significant way that it would change my decision on the outcome, and so I don't think it makes sense to continue this item. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just not seeing a reason to continue it. I think we have a lot to talk through. I think we've done a good job asking questions. And there's always meetings where residents submit something 10 minutes before the meeting starts, or, we've got last minute decisions. There's never a time to stop the clock, have perfect data. Nothing about this project has changed. I think I echo everything Councilmember Rennie and the mayor said. This is the same project that the Planning Commission looked at in April. And if we're going to talk about conditions of approval, we can do that right now. I don't think our staff needs to keep a log and inform the council of every single phone call, every single meeting, every single thing that happens. We're not here to micromanage them. When we get a report with a recommendation and we get the information sent to us and we get a copy of a letter from HCD that was sent in that just reconfirms what they discuss, I would say that's transparent. Saying that we didn't get notes from every phone call is not really a problem for me. I don't need to know what our staff who work 60 hours a week do every minute. So I'm not going to be able to continue this.
Yeah, go ahead, and then we'll call the
Just
question.
one comment before this goes down. I think that I don't think we can close our eyes to the fact that there has been correspondence from HCD 1 hour before this meeting. We've had zero opportunity to discuss that with outside counsel, and that is a grounds for having closed session. I don't understand why the town attorney didn't make this available to us, and I don't understand why the council isn't interested in exploring the implications of a very drastic change to this proposal at this point. So it's beyond me. I realize where this is going, but I also think that for our residents, it's important that this information be made available and not to just plow this thing ahead.
All right, Councilmember Rennie, then we'll vote.
Yeah, I didn't make one comment that I keep thinking. People keep wanting to go ask HCD. HCD is not in charge of our land use. We are. HCD could refer us to the Attorney General if we do something that violates the statutes or illegal. Getting their opinion to know, maybe whether they're going to refer us to the Attorney General could be important, but that's going to happen on the denial side of things. So if you're planning to deny this, maybe that's important, but I'll just say it bothers me over and over that we can't move ahead until we have permission from HCD. We run our land use here, not HCD. They're not even a court. Actually, a court gets to make the final decision in the end. So that bothers me, and then to continue having these discussions in closed session is bothering me, as I mentioned before. So I just want to make those points that I'm very much against this idea of going back and discussing this more in closed session.
All right, with that, we will call the question on the continuance of this item. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? No.
Nay.
No. I would just like to make the comment that it's not just about HCD and not being able to move forward without some type of confirmation from them, but it's the amount of materials that we got. I mean, the pages and pages of material, like maybe 3,000, and the time that it takes to digest the material. To me, that's important. This is one of the most largest complex developments we have in Los Gatos in addition to the phase one. And I think we owe it to our residents to fully understand all the impacts and the attributes of the project, because I'm very thankful that you're providing a number of housing units to meet our RENA allocation. But in the end, I see no harm in continuing. We're allowed 5 meetings, and I don't see the harm of having another meeting.
Okay. The motion fails 1-4. Did you mean to?
I meant to. I'm voting.
Vote. Okay. Good.
I'm voting to continue it.
You are voting to continue it. So you're voting against, or you're voting with the motion. So the motion fails 2-3.
Correct. And,
okay.
and obviously we started at 4:00 earlier today.
Yeah.
So
agreed.
My apologies.
Yeah. Same page. Okay. So let's try to work through the remaining aspects of this that we have outstanding questions on. I don't have a lot of outstanding questions. My one outstanding question is on a condition of approval on the meadow. Do other folks have questions that they want to talk through? Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, I have a number of questions about legal that I would like to hear from our attorney and potentially our outside attorney, not just from the applicant's attorney. So it's going to be repetitious, but we heard an answer from the applicant. I think we also need to hear from our attorney. So if you don't mind, I have a few of those.
Go ahead.
Does this application fall under builder's remedy? And if the applicant is not invoking it at this time, could they invoke it if it were denied?
So the applicant is subject to the State Housing Accountability Act, and so the town does have to adhere to that. With regard to the builder's remedy, an applicant can make that argument after project denial. They don't have to raise the builder's remedy argument prior to consideration of the project.
So if the project were denied, it could be resubmitted or reconsidered under builder's remedy, even though they hadn't invoked it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can go through your questions.
How is it possible that this application vested to a housing element that was not in accordance with state law?
So the applicant vested to a housing element that had been adopted by the town. And so the housing element was in effect, even though it had not been certified by the state. And if you would like to speak with outside counsel on that issue, they're available as well.
Okay.
Okay. So Rick Jarvis helped the town through this question when it first arose. And so I'd like to ask Rick to respond to this question as well.
So, ask the question again. I focused on the
Yeah, the question had to do with how can the town, how can a project vest to a housing element that had been adopted but not certified by the state?
And I would add, and was not in compliance with state law.
That's more of a, I don't really see it as a question of them vesting under the housing element. The fact is the housing element is now adopted and they have a right to proceed under it. You have a housing element that designates this site for this level of development. And I don't see any room for the city to argue, well, they don't have a vested right because of the timing of when they applied for the application in the first place. So that's sort of a threshold problem I have with sort of the question. There's no question now that you have a housing element, it's adopted, it calls for a certain level of development on this site, and there's no question that this project is consistent with that level of development for this site. So the timing of when and whether they vested at the point in time when they filed the application or whether they have the right now, I think is kind of an academic question that doesn't affect the fact that they have the right to proceed under the current housing element as was adopted by the city council, town council.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure if you're aware of all the facts, but the housing element was adopted in January of 2023. The application was vested in April of 2023. The housing element was not in compliance with state law that it vested to. And it wasn't until 2024 that the town had a housing element that was adopted, and the developer is not claiming that they're vesting to the 2024 housing element. They're claiming that they vested to the 2023. And so my question was, how is it possible to vest in a housing element that was out of compliance with state law?
So I'm not aware of that particular argument. I don't see it as particularly controlling on the question of, I mean, there's not a question that they're consistent with the current housing element as adopted. Is that correct or not?
No, there's been no examination about whether it's consistent with the current housing element because they claimed the vesting in the one that was out of compliance, and that's where the evaluation was made, I believe.
I don't think that was a question that I previously evaluated, Gabrielle. I don't know if that's a
Okay.
question.
Perhaps it was Nazanin that I spoke with, so I'll see if Nazanin can address that question.
Sure. I mean, there's just simply nothing in state law that says that in effect means that HCD has approved or disapproved something. I'm not aware of anything in state law that says development standards are only, or standards are in effect only once, you've received HCD approval of your housing element or any other ordinance that HCD has approval authority over. So I think there's a conflation of in effect and what that means versus, whether or not the housing element was in substantial conformance with, state law.
Just one quick follow-up. Does it make any difference about whether that housing element was in compliance with state law? The state repeatedly told us that it was not in compliance with state law.
I don't think that there's I don't think that what is in effect depends on whether or not it was in substantial conformance with state law.
Okay. Had a couple other questions that I asked of the attorney. The question about we had some discussion of this just before the break, but I wanted to make sure we were really clear on this. If there was no change to that 100 tall foot building except for its placement, why would that be precluding the development of affordable housing?
I probably don't have the information that you need tonight. And so if a majority of the council is interested in chasing that down, I can prepare a memo for the council on that topic. I will say the statute says that the town can't impose a development standard that would physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by density bonus law. And so the question will be, does the town standard physically preclude construction of the proposed building with the requested incentives and at the density allowed by density bonus law?
And as you said, I think before we go into that, it would be important to know if a majority of the council is supportive of the idea of that. ask that because I do not think moving the building is a good thing to do. I think we got a lot of questions and heard a lot of thoughts on the necessity of the commercial being successful, and I don't think tucking it away further and shrinking the park potentially is going to be helpful. Yeah, Councilmember Rennie.
I can add to that. This application's been around, I think, at least 2 years now, and when I first saw it, I was thinking, shit, we have a 100-foot building, and then when I saw I've met with the applicant a couple times over those couple years to ask questions about the project and the building, and I think in summary, I've thought about moving it and what the implications would be, and I would vote to keep the building where it is. I would have preferred a shorter building, but when I realize this is what you need to get the density or you lose the open space of the meadow, I was very disappointed that we didn't get more open space on phase one. We kind of kept the buildings down and smushed it around instead of having something that was a little bit taller and allowing more open space, and that's effectively what this design is, so I get it. I appreciate that they've designed that building so it kind of matches up with what's in its neighborhood, which is the visual neighborhood is the Stanford Cancer Building. I think they changed the name of it to something else now, but the Stanford Building is about the same height of that before the step back. So I appreciate that it kind of fits in with that. I really, as I said, don't want to lose the open space that's there. And I might be jaded from having to sit through too many North 40 Phase 1 meetings, but one thing I heard over and over was, what does the North 40 look like on the highway as you drive in? Over and over and over. And I've not actually heard, other than Councilmember Hudes, anybody complain about this building. Maybe I missed an email somewhere or a comment somewhere, but it's not been a big deal. I think if it was sitting on the highway, as the picture showed us, it would have become a much more big deal because it seems to be a value of when you drive into Los Gatos, what it looks like. And that was repeated over and over in phase one. So moving the building, flipping it onto the highway side where it's now much more visible to everybody driving in, it's blocking views of the mountains, doesn't work for me either. So, again, it goes to, do I really have to have this tall building? Well, yeah, to meet minimum density and have some open space, yes. So, reluctantly, I'm thinking, okay, and we probably legally can't change the size of the building anyway, even if we could. Mr. Hudes is trying hard to find an excuse to move it. I don't want to move it, actually. I think that this is the proper place for it. I think I got all my notes on why I would vote to keep the building where it is.
Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually have no appetite for moving the building either. I think when people hear a number, I think a 100-foot tall building, which actually is going to be, I think, 70 feet at the front sidewalk, it sounds overwhelming. That said, when you're walking on the sidewalk, if it's 3 stories or higher, you're not going to see over it anyway. It's going to be right there. There was discussion of dismay that the commercial hasn't moved forward as quickly in phase one as we want. I can't think of a way to hurt commercial more than take a building that's right up on Los Gatos Boulevard and push it down the hill so it's not as visible. I think decreasing the park size and reconfiguring roads is not helpful to this project. Similarly to Councilmember Rennie, I remember with phase one, I was pretty dismayed when the council, first of all, with the specific plan, set a height limit of 45 feet for the affordable and 35 feet for everything else, because the original project that was being shopped around that I saw as a resident had a 65-foot tall building, had single-story cottage clusters, had the affordable building. It had a lot more articulation, and it had a lot more variety. And so every time I hear, when the council decided that it can only be 35 feet, all of a sudden it's like taking a water balloon and, squish it down. So when I hear people complain about how the North 40 just all looks the same. It's like, well, that was a decision that caused that. The other thing is by sticking to 35 feet in a development that was being built in its own context, not next door to anyone else's house, but in its own, and being stuck on 35 feet. The townhomes couldn't be 41 feet. They couldn't be anything else. They had to be 35 because that's a magic number. We then end up with a lot of flat roof buildings that then people endlessly complain about. So I think when we get a project and we look at the architecture, and when there's been a ton of outreach where residents were asked, which is more important to you, height or open space? And I know there were quite a few public outreach meetings to Democracy Tent, to a whole variety of, service clubs and residents that came forward. Overwhelmingly, it was, we want open space and we'll take height. Now, sometimes it's hard to imagine what 30 units an acre looks like when you open a big park and how tall some buildings might have to be. But in the end, I think if moving that building backward, I think would have disastrous consequences for what the layout behind it would be and what the public space would look like. And I just don't really want to mess around here. I'm not an architect. No project is perfect, but I think anything we do, like moving a building, will just make it worse. I have no appetite for even considering it.
All right. Back to Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, again, looking at the legal aspects of this, I wondered if staff had analyzed whether moving the building back would impact the 10 affordable units or the development density. Did staff analyze that?
Planning staff did not.
I did not either.
Okay. I had some other questions about the affordable and the phasing, but I'm very limited in what I can ask here because I haven't had the opportunity to even read the most recent document that came in from HCD. But I did have some questions that I wanted to ask. I had asked the applicant's attorney, again, I know this is tedious for the council and for the public, but I do think it's important that we get the view of our own staff on this. So if we're ready to move into affordable and phasing, I have a few questions.
Go for it. I think, I don't want to speak for everyone. I think there's not a whole lot of other questions left, so plow through them.
Okay. So question from staff's perspective, if only 127 market rate townhomes are produced and sold, how many affordable units will be provided?
Zero.
Okay. The proposal that was, not the proposal, the condition that was provided to the Planning Commission that said that the affordable would be produced as the market rate were available, was that condition illegal?
At the time that it was prepared, we thought that it comported with state law because the state law requires that an applicant seek and agree to construct affordable housing. And then subsequent to the Planning Commission meeting, HCD contacted the town to say that they felt that such a condition would render the project infeasible. And infeasibility is an element of the State Housing Accountability Act. And so they felt that the town would be imposing a condition that would render it infeasible to provide the affordable housing. And the reason that they felt that way is that the infrastructure for the project will be funded with the 127 market rate townhomes. And the fact that the infrastructure will be constructed will make it easier for the affordable housing proponent to get the tax credits for the affordable housing.
Okay. Is there any requirement that the affordable housing actually be built?
As proposed, the condition of approval states that all of the parcels are collectively responsible for satisfying the town's affordable housing requirement. And it provides that 127 market rate townhomes can be built. And then it provides, which means that the remaining affordable housing needs to be built on with either building E1 or G1. And then the condition goes on to state that if the building permit for building E1, which is the multifamily apartment building, is pulled before a building permit has been pulled for G1, which is the Eden project, then building E1 would need to include the affordable units in building E1. The applicant has asked that that condition be changed such that the affordable units only need to be provided in building E1 if neither a building permit has been pulled for G1 or financing has been obtained for building G1. And so as written or as proposed by staff, the affordable units have to be included in building E1, if not G1. With the modification that's been proposed by the applicant, it's conceivable, but not likely, that the affordable housing developer would get the financing and then never build the affordable units on G1. And so that would mean that the condition as proposed by the applicant would have been satisfied because the affordable housing developer would have obtained the financing, meaning that the affordable units would not need to be included in building G1.
Okay, another question that I had that I think you indicated would be important to hear from our outside counsel about is the scheme to transfer tenants from one building to another. So I believe the applicant's proposing that 10 units in E1 be affordable, and that if G1 is not built, then 68 or 67 additional units will be provided in E1. And then subsequently, if G1 is built, then those tenants will be relocated to G1. Based on California law protecting tenants' rights, is there any way that tenants may be evicted from building E1 and relocated to G1? And B, is there any guarantee that comparable units and amenities will be provided in building G1?
Yes, I'll ask Nazanin Salehi with Goldfarb and Littman to answer that question.
Sure. So I presume that the California state law protecting tenants to which we're referring is the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, which requires just cause for eviction. However, that statute does not apply to units that have received a certificate of occupancy in the last 15 years, and so would not apply to the units in building E1 that the tenants would occupy. I think one way to ensure that tenants are aware would be potentially to have some language in the affordable housing agreement with the developer that lays out the process for how tenants will be relocated in the case that the units are first provided in E1 and then the tenants have to be moved to G1, including explicit provisions in the leases with those tenants of those units that makes it clear that they may be relocated during their tenancy if those units become available in the other property, and discloses that information to them. But there's nothing legally, there's no just cause requirement that would prevent those tenants from having their tenancies terminated in one building and moved to another. And I spoke for a while, so I'm trying to remember the second part.
Part of that was, the E1 is a luxury building, and would there be comparable units available in building G1, or could tenants basically say, no, I want to stay here? And I said state law, but it could be, could be local as well. I mean, is it really feasible to expect that would happen? Or is this completely unenforceable?
I don't view it as completely unenforceable. Like I said, I do think that provisions could be provided in the affordable housing agreement with the developer that require certain, conditions of the leases of the tenants. It's pretty common in affordable housing agreements to have the jurisdiction approve, for instance, in this is more so in the for sale scenario, the form of like a resale restriction agreement between the ultimate owner and you could have a similar provision in the affordable housing agreement that says, you will include this, and this is how you will, transfer those tenants. I mean, ultimately, whether or not those tenants want to move is up to them. These units are likely not subject to any form of rent control either, and so it's very possible that if they elect to stay in their unit rather than being moved to the affordable building where those units will be restricted, that they could have their rent increased to market rate for that reason. So, I don't really see any reason why such a the transferring of individuals could not from one unit to another could not happen.
Okay, and again, for staff, are we aware of any place that it wholesale moved all of the affordable qualified tenants from one building to another? And has that ever happened?
I can't speak that it's ever happened, but I have never seen it happen.
I will note that in places where, and I think that the applicant's counsel indicated this, but there are often development agreements that require the relocation of existing tenants into temporary units and then back into replacement units that are provided. So this type of thing happens where tenancies are moved around in order to allow for development and the provision of affordable units.
Okay. I'm not convinced that we could move tenants around. I think it's window dressing. One question for staff: is it 77 or 76 affordable units?
It's 76 affordable units.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's 67 in the 100% affordable housing building,
Yes.
plus 10 in building E1, so 77 total.
And does that include a unit that is unrestricted? I'm reading again. Require the applicants to provide no fewer than 67 BM units affordable to lower income households with one unrestricted manager's unit. Is that unrestricted manager's unit considered an affordable unit?
Staff has not included that manager's unit in the total.
So the total is 76?
77.
So let me step back. So the what people call the 100% affordable building is 68 units. 67 of those are affordable to lower income individuals, and there will be one manager unit that is not restricted.
I see.
And then the additional 10 in the market rate building.
Okay, so it's 67 plus 10. Okay. I had another question about the net and gross acreage. the use of net acreage to satisfy minimum density and site capacity, HCD, requires that gross acreage must be used, as in the Watsonville and Agora Hills situation. If gross were used, application would be 28.8 rather than 30. Why are we proceeding with 28.8?
The gross acreage is used in state density bonus law. And then the net acreage is a product of how the town calculates its own density. And so the town has a definition of density that relies upon net acreage. And so the town used that calculation. And if memory serves, a member of the public asked HCD for confirmation that they agreed with the town's approach. And the HCD said the town should use its own regulations.
Okay. I think I'm done with that section. I did have a few more questions on the physical attributes.
Sure. Any other questions from any other council members? Go ahead.
So I'm concerned about the streets that I named earlier, D1, D2, D3, I think D5, and the hammerhead of C. Those are advertised to be 20 feet on the plans, minimum, some of them a little bit bigger. I looked at the plans for phase 1. Those were advertised to be 18 feet. When I measured them with a tape measure, they were 16 feet, 8 inches. And I measured it because I had to back up a long way with cars turning in, and I pictured what would happen if there was a fire going on in one of the garages. What is the street width that's required to make a K-turn to get out of a dead end?
Thank you for that question, Gary Heap, town engineer. Speculating on that answer would be a little difficult. I think what we've got here is a developer that's proposed a street width segments out there, a number of street widths. Those have all been reviewed internally by staff. They've been reviewed by our county fire folks in terms of circulation. We've had auto turn analysis that shows that maneuvers can be made not only through the development, but at the hammerheads and the turnarounds as well. And so we feel at this point that we have a roadway system out there that is adequate for this development.
Has staff actually done a site visit to phase 1, streets F and H, and attempted to get out?
I can't speak for other staff. I have not driven out there to those specific streets. But again, looking at this development with the proposed widths, we're just going to assume that they're going to build them based on what they've got in the design, and we'll make sure during construction that they follow those design criteria that they're identifying in these plans.
Well, I'm sure they followed them in phase 1, and I can tell you from personal experience, it's frightening when you drive down those streets and you have to back up to get out, and then you picture what would happen if there was a fire in a garage. It works for the homeowners when the electricity is on and they can pull into their garage and make their K-turn that way, but it doesn't work when people turn down that street thinking it's a street. It doesn't say, alley only for resident garage entrances, there's no gate, there's nothing like that. I would encourage staff to take a look at phase 1 because they're repeating that same condition in phase 2, and I think it's dangerous. The last one I had, I think, the last one in this section is about parking. Is there any way that the town can either require or encourage the developer not, to make available those unused spaces in the garage, which I counted as about 230 to make up for the 153 shortfall? Is there any way that we can require or encourage the use of that unused parking garage for the residents that are going to be crowded?
So the applicant does conform with the parking requirements that are set forth in state density bonus law. That said, the council could ask the applicant if they're open to adding a condition of approval that would state that they agree to work with the property owner of phase one to see if the parking can be shared.
Okay, it would be interesting to do that. They already said that they wouldn't, but that they would tell the individual owners to go and do that, but we could do that. I had a few questions about CEQA.
Go ahead.
The Planning Commission recommended that the town study cumulative impacts of the SB 330 projects. Has that been accomplished?
The town briefly considered doing its own EIR that would analyze the cumulative impacts of all of the SB 330 projects. And then we did further analysis under the Housing Accountability Act and determined that there was a risk that the town would be accused of unreasonable delay. And so as a result, we have determined that individual projects will analyze their own cumulative impacts, and that will be started for anybody whose scope of work was not already underway at the point that that decision was made.
And so was cumulative impact adequately studied for this project?
Staff believes it was, and we have the CEQA consultant available online if the council has follow-up questions on what the cumulative impact analysis consisted of.
I do.
Is Rick Jarvis online?
CEQA consultant is EMC
Oh.
Consulting.
Is EMC Consulting online?
Terry Whistler Adam, I believe.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Town Council. My name is Terry Whistler Adam with EMC Planning Group, consultant to the town of Los Gatos. We did assist with preparation of the CEQA documentation regarding cumulative impacts. CEQA allows two methods for evaluating cumulative impacts. The first one is a list of projects, so what you were referring to, a list of projects that are proposed or in the pipeline, so to speak, or the projections in a general plan EIR. And when we were put under contract with this project back in 2023, that was the part of our scope of work, was to evaluate cumulative impacts as they were discussed in the general plan EIR. So in our initial study, we did talk about the breadth of the build out of the general plan and how this project was consistent with that, and discussed the cumulative impacts of build out of the general plan. So to answer your question, we did not look at all of the SB 330 projects. We chose the other route to go that's allowed by CEQA.
Okay, I'm curious in that choice because the North 40 land use element, which again, I'm questioning how that could even be valid, but had these things called opportunity zones where housing was distributed throughout the town. And the reality is today we have all these applications that are on the boulevard. And so, can we claim we did a realistic cumulative impact analysis if we did not look at all the projects that are we have final applications for, many of which are on the boulevard?
Well, again, we took the build out of the general plan, which I don't have the number in front of me, but it was, I believe, several thousand throughout the town. And this project and the other projects that had been approved so far since the general plan EIR was prepared and certified is well below the number that was evaluated in the general plan. So we do believe that the cumulative impact analysis that we prepared was adequate per the statutes and the CEQA guidelines.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to editorialize on this, but I'm not compelled that is doing our residents any justice. There's a traffic impact or traffic transportation report in there, and I understand that has that was done, but it's not part of the required CEQA law. Is that correct?
That's correct. The town analyzes traffic separately, and I'm sorry I cut off EMC.
Yeah, just to clarify, CEQA requires that we evaluate vehicle miles traveled. And in addition to that, the town does require an analysis of impacts on area intersections and roadway segments.
Okay, so there is a transportation analysis report that's part of the package that I assume we have to read and consider. Were the effects of gridlock beach cut-through traffic observed during the preparation of this report? In other words, were consultants on the ground on the Saturdays, on the Fridays when there was this kind of traffic? And if I'm not mistaken, that report was prepared 10 years ago. I think I saw a date of 2015 on it.
I would defer to Parks and Public Works for traffic.
Yes, Gary Heap, town engineer again. I'll start off and then I'll hand it over to Mike Vroman, who was our senior transportation engineer or traffic engineer. We did do an analysis for this project. We looked at the cumulative impact. We looked at queuing. We looked at a number of different factors that were prepared by Hexagon on behalf of the developer. The only really issue we found was a queuing issue in terms of the northbound left turn lane. One of the northbound left turn lanes, and we have provided a condition of approval for the developer to extend that to address any issue there. In terms of the question about whether or not we reviewed beach traffic, that's something we typically don't look at when it comes to an impact of a project, because beach traffic is something that is really outside the realm of an individual development. It's something that's cumulative and something that's more regional in nature and nothing that can be really addressed by a specific project.
And to add, we just looked at the environmental document. The final transportation is February of 2025.
Thank you. I was correct on that. I do think that it's important that we look at beach cut-through traffic because it has safety implications, and the beach cut-through occurs on very high fire hazard days, and likely that there will be gridlock and people won't be able to get out because of the beach cut-through. And so it does seem as though we may want to take a look at how we do these if we're purposely not looking at beach cut-through traffic when that is actually the biggest hazard of traffic. So I don't have any more questions. Thank God. And,
All right.
Yeah.
Councilman Beretti.
I want to start with assistance from the town attorney. I asked the developer about whether they needed the 127 units to pay for the infrastructure. I think it's important for the public to know that we've done our due diligence, and in closed session we hired a consultant that did some analysis for us. And since it's closed session and they've asked not to have the report shared, I can't say a lot. So I'd ask the town attorney, what can we say about our due diligence?
I will say that the town council was concerned about whether the 127 market rate townhomes were needed in order to fund the infrastructure for the project as a whole. And so I did consult with a real estate company named Cosmont Companies, and they confirmed that based on the value of the infrastructure that's being provided, the sale of a parcel with 127 market rate townhomes, I think they said 120 market rate townhomes would be required to fund the infrastructure for the project.
Okay, thank you. And I just, again, I think that's important for our public to know, because people tend to think developers are just exaggerating what they say, and we actually did our own due diligence to try to, it's on something that was as important as what do we require before, before the affordable building has to be built was really important. The second question I'll go to for staff, and I think, again, help from the town attorney, I feel comfortable on staff's conditions for when whether the affordable units have to be in the market rate multifamily building. With the, I think some of the important parts on it are the idea that if something tied to assurance that the G1 building, the affordable building, is going to be built, and we spent a lot of time discussing that. And then I also like the deed restriction that we've put on it, because you never know what's going to happen. It's clear to me that Eden Housing wants to build this. It's clear to me, based on the financial comments, that they don't make any money just building the 127 units, that they want to build the multifamily building. So the requirements that have been built up around that, I feel now are, I'm comfortable with that. We will likely, again, there's never 100% assurance. Who knows what's going to happen? Another pandemic, as Mr. Muramoto wishes we don't have, right? I'm okay changing the requirement, as the applicant was saying, from building permits to when funding is complete. And again, I'm very comfortable with that, because I believe that is the key, that once, and I think Eden even said this, once they have funding, they've never not delivered a project. So, and that's the request from the applicant. So I'm okay doing that, and there seems to be some corroboration from HCD that we should do that. And again, as I said, I don't think HCD makes our land use decisions, but it's worth getting their input. So as a result of that, I tried to write some language change, I think on page 16 of 18, where the however was. I sent it to the community director and the town attorney and the clerk. We could show mine, or we could go straight to the town attorney said she had some massaged of it. So I don't know what council would like to see. Would you like to see what I sent, or just go straight to what the town attorney thinks is a better writing of it?
Is the town attorney's a polished version of yours?
It's
I mean, honestly, they're all fine. And so.
and I sent it out so it could be put up
Yes,
for everybody
and
to see
so-
easily versus my reading it.
Yes, and so if the council would like to see the condition on the screen, perhaps the council could take a brief break and then we can, I think what I'd like to do is load the applicant's proposal onto the screen as a starting point, and then we can work off of that, if that's acceptable to the council.
That's fine. I'd like to see Councilmember Rennie's as well.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Do you need 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll definitely need help, and I think 5 minutes. Is
Okay.
good. Okay.
Then we'll reconvene just after 10:30. 10:35. Yeah, 4 minutes. All right, the town council is reconvening, and real quick, and at this late hour, I'm going to have the council do disclosures on this project, and we'll start with Councilmember Rennie.
I think I already mentioned I think about the last 2 years, I've met with the applicant a few times to discuss this project. Of course, I've driven around North 40 Phase 1. I've talked to various residents over the time about North 40.
You? Go ahead.
On March 23rd, 2021, I met with the development team. On May 14th, 2023, I met with the development team again. And on April 3rd, 2024, I met with the development team. And then on January 9, 2026, I did a site visit.
I have met with the development team several times over the last few years and have visited the site.
I've also, and I think with each council meeting when we've met, we've disclosed. So I've met with the developer and Eden developer a couple of times over the years and visited the site this past Sunday and was with Don Capobres on that site visit.
Dating back to 2017, I was chair of the Planning Commission when we originally heard Phase 1 of the North 40. I remember that. I'm sure, since that time, I can't remember 2021, if I had personally met. I passed on Capobres in the street several times, and Wendy as well. And then this morning I did tour the site, as I mentioned during our discussion when I relayed the experience I had on, I think it was Watkins Drive to Watkins Way. I'd have to look through my notes. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have the motion or the drafted
Yes,
conditions?
and so, I think there might be council member questions about other conditions of approval, but it sounded like the council was interested in moving on condition of approval number 5, which is the BMP phasing condition. And so the town clerk helped load everything, and I was thinking it might be easiest for the council if we started with the town's original proposed condition, and it looks like that's in the red. And so can people read that?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
you're gonna have to zoom and then scroll.
Okay. Thank you. And so I'll talk to that while we're loading it. And so there was a concern on staff's part that Eden would not get the funding and the Eden part would never be built. And so staff had proposed a condition that says if building permits for the multifamily are pulled before the building permits for the Eden portion, all of the affordable units will be included in the multifamily building with the ability to transfer them in the future. And so the applicant has requested more flexibility, and the applicant has asked that that condition be changed such that the affordable units need to be included in building E1 if either financing hasn't been obtained for building G1 or building permits have not been pulled for building G1, whichever occurs first.
Which is what the blue language says.
Yes. And so I will say the town manager and I were speaking over the break, and he would like to get an opinion from our outside counsel regarding any risks associated with agreeing to this change, because the council does have the ability to adopt the condition of approval that was originally proposed by staff, if that's its preference. And so this is one way of saying the change. It would say whichever occurs first, if they get a building permit for G1 or if they get financing for G1, then the affordable units will go in G1. However, if neither of those things have happened, the affordable units will need to be included in building E1. And so because it's hard to read, maybe I'll read that out loud. It says, however, if a building permit for building E1 is pulled before the earlier to occur of pulling a building permit for building G1, or the acceptance by the developer or its assignee of an allocation of low-income housing tax credits to construct no fewer than 67 below-market price units, affordable to lower-income households, plus one unrestricted manager's unit for building G1, building E1 will include the 77 below-market price units. So that's one way to say it. And then Council Member Rennie had some proposed language, and that would say that building E1 will include 77 below-market price units with the ability to transfer 67 below-market price units to building G1 in the future, unless building permits are pulled or financing is complete for building G1. And so really, my read of that is those two are saying the same thing in reverse.
Me too. It looked like the town manager wanted to chime in.
Yeah, let me clarify. I'm not asking for a legal opinion. I think what we need to do is ensure we're asking the question of our attorneys that are on to make sure that either option is not illegal or inappropriate. And then the council needs to then weigh the import of what each of those options mean. I'll go way back. My involvement in this a lot more occurred after one of the representatives of this development, Mr. Steve Buster, contacted me about the long back and forth over the development of the conditions of approval. And that back and forth centered around ensuring that the affordable housing will occur. And the affordable housing, unlike our BMPs that would have, or the phase one that would have occurred as the development progressed with the market rate units, transition to the first 127 units not being market rate, and then 67 in the Eden building, and then 10 units in the large tower. And the discussion that I had with Mr. Buster was the way the structure and the discussions were going was to place the risk and exposure that the housing may not occur onto the town. And the responses were centered around, we have an extremely good affordable housing developer, which I agree, and that's not going to happen, Chris. And my response is, then why should the town be the one bearing the burden when your development and the benefits of the density bonus law and the rest of them center around getting the affordable housing? The risk should be more on the developer, not on us. And that's when we came up with the concept of switching between the two buildings, the Eden building and the tower. And so the distinction here may be a little different because I think Councilmember Rennie's change is not tax credits, but total financing of the project that we need to make sure it's defined. But I think we need to know what the two exposures are for the town, if there's any difference, and whether either of those options really are off the table.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Risto.
Thank you. If I can ask one question of the town manager, you made a comment that phase one, the affordable was built concurrently, which in fact it wasn't.
That all the market rate units weren't built first?
A huge chunk, more than 127. It was, I can't remember what the number was, 187 or something.
Correct.
So,
however, here, what we're talking, all the market rate units will be built and only 10 affordable housing of the 77 will be built. So I think the distinction, I would appreciate to be able to finish.
well, not all the affordable, not all the market, just all the market that are townhomes,
Correct.
which is a small portion of.
My
all of the-
obligation to you, based on what was proposed of the tax credits versus The proposal that we put out on the red line on Monday is to identify the exposure, and then it's your choice to decide which of the options you want to take. And I'll be remiss to not highlight, if we stuck to the tax credits, that in fact you're relying on a financial mechanism as opposed to a development permit base, which would have been the building permits, and that increases your exposure. And that's all I want to put on the table.
Thank you. Go ahead and finish. Councilmember
Then a
Rennie.
question for staff or somebody. Can a building permit be pulled before financing is secured?
Theoretically, sure, they can pull it anytime it's ready to be issued, whether or not their financing is in place, whether it's a home or a project of this nature.
So then I guess what I'm trying to understand is which is more certain that it'll go forward, that they've got the financing or that they paid for a building permit? I guess that's philosophical,
Or
but I'm not seeing that.
For the town, a
yeah.
building permit would require them to pay fees to the town, which is a higher certainty for us, as opposed to financing. They still have the flexibility to change. And so again, it's just a higher risk. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just highlighting the difference between the option we had on Monday on the red line and what the original proposal was with tax credits.
Okay. Do I have the ability to ask outside counsel?
Yes.
Does one present more risk than another?
Yes, Nazanin, are you there? And did you hear the question? And the question is it a lower risk to require that the building permits be obtained for G1? Or is it an equal risk to require either the building permits or the tax credits have been obtained for building G1?
That is, I did hear the question. It is a little bit philosophical. I would agree with the town manager that building permits show a little bit more readiness that to go. And I think based on the comments from the applicant's counsel as well, that seemed to be sort of their indication that there would be something of, like a 6 months or 180 days between, getting the financing versus like pulling building permits. And so to me, the building permits indicates, okay, we have, I just don't, in my experience, I don't know anyone who's pulling building permits unless they have the financing to build a project. The latter seems like it would be a little bit more secure. But again, yeah, it's hard. Depends on the specifics of every project.
Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Rennie.
So I wanted to kind of talk through the risk a little bit. The first thing, if you put your Eden housing hat on, it's not that simple to pull building permits, right? They have to go from basically concept drawings to precise engineering drawings of what they're going to do before they get a building permit. So that's a lot of money spent, which on a building that maybe it's not the same building somewhere else. If they don't get money for this one, but they get money somewhere else, they aren't going to build the same one. So, I think it's unlikely that they will spend that. I don't know what the dollars are going to be, but, could be million dollars to do all the work for a building permit. So you asked, why not just do building permits? If you had lots of money, I think that would be the case. But what I really wanted to talk through was the risk of it. So there's always going to be some risk that we don't get affordable units. It's impossible to eliminate that. The question is, when does the risk become too high for us to take? So the town manager has given us one of the lower ones. Once they've gotten financing and once they get financing, they have 180 days to get the permits. If they don't get them, they lose their financing. So there is a risk there that if we say, okay, we're pretty sure financing is going to occur once the financing is done, there's still a risk they could screw up. As you saw, they've never screwed up before, and there could be an earthquake that delays it, and maybe they'll get compensation to not have, dispensation to not have to do it within 80 days. So there is some risk. I would agree. When I look at it, the biggest risk are things we can't control, which is the financing. Once you have the financing, now the risks are controllable by the people that care about this project, the town and the developers. Right now it's about them getting their permits done on time. It's about the town processing the permits fast enough to get it within the 180 days kind of thing. These are all now controllable risks. The biggest uncontrolled risk, in my opinion, is the financing. And that's why, for me, once that financing is in, you've really reduced the risk that this project won't go forward. So where on this risk spectrum, and I don't think anybody, I don't know why we're asking the legal experts about risk, and because it's not a legal risk, it's an execution risk kind of thing. The legal risk would be whether we go with staff's recommendation, which the applicant is disagreeing to. Then there would be a legal risk that could be not legal. That would be an appropriate question to ask the attorney, not whether there's an execution risk or not. So my thoughts on risk.
Thank you. Councilmember Hudes.
My question's about what can the town verify, because the town is going to act based on verification of achieving a milestone. Can the town verify that financing was obtained or credit mechanisms have been granted? Typically, in my experience, financing comes with a whole stack of documents with a bunch of conditions. And is the town in a position to evaluate whether financing has been obtained?
I don't recall ever trying to obtain that information, but I imagine it's publicly available on the website. And we definitely, if it's not, we can definitely figure out where that information is held or request that letter of assignment is submitted to the town.
But there would be conditions. You'd have to look at the conditions to see whether it's as definite a milestone as obtaining a permit is.
I think the other piece of risk here that we haven't really talked about is that we got a letter from HCD today that said that we should go with financing. And, Councilmember Rennie is correct that HCD is not a judge, but they're, definitely legal adjacent. And so I think that is also worth considering, as we weigh the risks here.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Can we ask exactly what did HCD say? Did they direct us to approve a financing option?
HCD wishes to clarify that the proposed condition of approval would have allowed the town to issue no more than 127 certificates of occupancy prior to the date upon which the affordable development becomes fully funded, including the award and acceptance of tax credits.
They're not directing us to take that action.
No.
What they're saying, it would meet the definition of seek and agree. So I want to make very sure that the action isn't being directed by them. I think in my mind, when I look at risk exposures, I think both of them have some level of risk. The developer themselves, the affordable developer, had already told you, as soon as they receive tax credit, they're effectively on a 180-day shot clock to get to completion. So if the milestone that's being proposed is financing, meaning here's when I can click the affordable units from the big tower back into what should be start of construction in 180 days, what's the issue with the 6 months? By doing financing, we're now introducing not a black and white mechanism for the administration to know how do we check the box to say they've achieved it. I don't see anything that's been provided that a 6 month, from the time the credits are awarded to the time at the end of the 100 days they can apply for building permits that causes anything that is a financial delay, I think it increases the risk that you potentially won't get the housing, and that goes contrary to the whole purpose of getting affordable housing. So what I would recommend still is to approve the redlined conditions that are stronger than the Planning Commission that we had on Monday. And if there is an issue with regards to the specifics is it associated with the tax credits, you have the opportunity to consider that at a future time, or you can take the option of doing that tonight. I just needed to highlight the differences in the potential exposures.
Understood. Thank you. Nazanin?
Yeah, I was going to also draw a slight distinction between what HCD is saying and what the condition is saying. That the condition as drafted with the red line that was in the packet would still allow the town to issue, or would have the town issuing no more than 127 certificates of occupancy before the affordable units are financed, provided, whatever it is. What the applicant is now sort of asking for is also the ability to pull building permits for the 255 unit apartment, mostly market rate, before the affordable units are either fully financed, and fully financed is what they had in their original letter of justification for the concession or incentive that they're requesting. So it wasn't just tax credits, it was fully financed as they've defined it. Or them pulling building permits. So there is a slight distinction. I don't necessarily think that what HCD has said conflicts with what is currently drafted in the conditions of approval.
Okay, that's very helpful. That's helpful perspective. Okay, question for the group here. Do we want to finish this condition, or do we want to talk about other conditions?
I'd say we figure out what we want to do for this condition. I've, provided, I would say it was mentioned there is a subtle difference, and think there is a difference. I said complete financing while the applicant said get tax credits, and I know there's multiple layers of financing, so I'm not convinced getting tax credits completes the financing. So the option that staff provided in there uses what I'm not sure is complete financing, versus my language said complete financing.
Okay, and then there's also the verification question still on complete financing. So I'm sort of the mind to keep staff's recommendation, but I don't feel terribly strongly about that if someone wants to try to convince me otherwise. Councilmember Badami.
I would agree with the mayor in keeping staff's recommendation as well.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, this is, I like the way Councilmember Rennie talked about what levels of risk we're looking at, but I think at this point, looking at which building pulls the building permit first makes sense to me.
I'll make a motion that we keep staff's recommendation on this portion.
Okay.
Second.
Great. Okay. This is just to, I guess, what is the motion for? We can vote on it, but this is. Right. So this is what will be incorporated into an ultimate motion on the project. Okay.
Correct. Sorry. Yeah.
So the motion is to keep staff's recommendation on condition 5. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Okay, motion passes 4-1. Okay, and then I wanted to ask about a condition of approval on ensuring that the open space is publicly accessible in perpetuity. I looked through the conditions of approval and didn't see anything to that effect, but I could have missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So there is not a condition that's specific to what you're looking for. It is, however, captured in the applicant's vesting tentative map. It's identified as having an easement for the meadow to be publicly accessible.
In perpetuity?
The word in perpetuity is not used.
I guess, would that, and this is, I think, more of a legal question, does that protect it from an HOA deciding that it's a private park?
My thought on that is that a future comer could record a new map over that map. And so it probably would be better to include a condition of approval that says the part marked as open space on the tentative map will be maintained as open space. And I would recommend that it say for the life of the project.
Okay. I would make a motion to include that in the conditions of approval as stated.
I'll second that. Does that include the easement as well?
Yes, yeah, I think in alignment with exactly what's in the tentative map, except that we say for the life of the project.
Okay.
We add for the life of the project. Okay, any discussion or questions on that? Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Councilmember Rennie.
So let me go to the condition that Commissioner Birch mentioned. I believe the only difference is one, maybe two words needed. It's condition 114, and there's italic wording that I believe addresses that says there shall be no use of Los Gatos Boulevard for hauling of materials, storage of materials, or idling of trucks without prior authorization of PPW. So that takes, basically they have to have a plan and when they're going to do it. So what's missing, what I see, the only difference I see is she has the word idle or park. So here it doesn't say they can't park there. So we could put or idling or parking of trucks added to that, and I think we cover her condition.
Okay, that's fine with me. I wanted to ask staff, from anyone that corresponded with Commissioner Birch, does that cover, do we know if that covers her intention? Or
Yeah, I believe that covers. PPW staff also looked at it. They had their own language that they could share, or if the council is comfortable with what Councilmember Rennie has provided, we can just include that.
For PPW, are they to the same effect? Okay. Vice Mayor Risto?
I have a question. So the discussion was only Los Gatos Boulevard. Does it cover Lark as well?
Lark and Los Gatos Boulevard she referenced.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Then I'll second.
Okay, Councilmember Rennie, is that a motion to include the words or park?
Yes.
Okay, and a second from Vice Mayor Risto. Any other comments on that? I'll call the question on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. Go ahead, Councilmember Hudes.
I was concerned about the language about making the affordable units available for the developmentally disabled residents. So in item 4, condition 4, below market price units, it says, and I'm referring to the italicized sentence, it says 25% of the units in building G1 shall have the preference for developmentally disabled residents. First of all, I have a little trouble with the grammar. I don't know how units have preferences, but I think it would be stronger and more straightforward to say at least 25% of the units shall be made available to developmentally disabled residents at all times. And that conversation with the town attorney is making it available doesn't mean that they're guaranteed to be filled. by developmentally disabled, but that they shall be made available. I thought that language was perhaps stronger.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Stowe.
I have a question. I interpreted the comment "shall have a preference for" to mean that people have to qualify for these units. I guess I'm asking staff. So typically, with any affordable units, there's a qualification process, and then there's kind of points to qualify, or what would the preference be?
So the points are only for sale units.
Okay.
Rental units do not use that system.
Is it, I guess this is the time to ask, so how does that work for rental? I mean, you've got to verify that you meet the income level, but what if you have 50 people apply for 10 units? How is that decided?
Yeah, for units like this, which is similar to the first phase, Eden being a housing developer, they actually manage their own program, and so that is how that works.
Okay, thank you for the reminder. I remember that was a lottery, and I talked to a resident who knew she had a 1 in 6 chance of getting in. So, okay, so preference isn't actually a meaningful word in here. And given that it doesn't sound like it's restricting it, so that if, for example, there were only 18 families that qualified and wanted to live there, the others wouldn't sit empty, then I can second that motion.
It does look like this is giving the developer heartburn.
So I
Let's hear
think
from the
it
town
would be
attorney.
good to hear from the applicant's attorney on both the preference language and on the open space condition.
Okay, before we reopen the public hearing, are there any other conditions that we want to add to have them be able to provide their perspective on? No? Okay, then we will briefly reopen the public hearing to hear from the applicant's counsel.
Thank you. And Andrea Osgood from Eden might be able to help elaborate on this further. But the preference language is actually quite important for compliance with fair housing laws for Eden to manage this building in compliance with applicable fair housing laws. It can't be a hard mandate on an IDD allocation. It has to be a preference for that number of units. So in the example that you were saying with the lottery, for those 16 units, someone might be bumped up in the lottery if they meet that qualification. But it is important that it only be applied as a preference in order for the project to remain in compliance with the variety of federal and state fair housing laws.
Okay, that's important. Then I pull my second and stick with this language. And then it sounded like there was another condition you had.
Are there, just on that, are there any other questions on that? No, okay. The park? It's fine?
Yeah, so, I mean, we think you will be, except the map includes the dedication of the easement. That is, in effect, the town would accept that easement, so the town would then control it. We couldn't record a new map over that unless a new tentative map were approved by the council, so the council would have to make that decision. So it's more standard, and it would be our preference to keep it on the map. We think that it achieves the same goal that you're looking to articulate in a way that is a little bit more standard in the way that developers would be used to seeing it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments for the developer while the public hearing is open? Yeah, please,
Quick
Vice Mayor
question.
Risto.
So I realize that it's more standard to have it on the map. Is it okay if it's in both places, or does language in a condition of approval and having it in the map present a problem?
This is the more things that are atypical or that we need to address for the conditions, the more complicated it is to package and develop. We do have a preference to keep it the way that it is, but I'm not sure how. At the end of the day, it's a similar effect, I guess.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. I appreciate the perspective. I have a preference to keep it in the conditions of approval, so I'd like to keep that. But I think not touching the preference, it's hilarious, preference language for the BMP units it makes a lot of sense.
I agree.
Okay. Any other comments, or is someone ready to?
You need to make sure that that motion died for lack of second. You need to say that.
The motion died for lack of second. Okay. Any other comments, or is someone ready to make a motion? Vice Mayor Risto.
One comment I'll make is that, this project did take into consideration our housing element, which is a big commitment. Our housing element is a commitment to provide at least 2,000 residences, and this project provides 1/4 of that. Excuse me, we have nowhere else in town where we can get this much housing, and I know that this will feel like a big change to a lot of residents. I have a lot of residents talk to me and say, yeah, I know you've got the housing element, but then they seem surprised by every project and how big it is. But if we're not going to get there only by approving 50-unit redevelopments around town. When somebody talks about that and goes, oh my God, 50 units, I'm like, yeah, we need 40 of those. So at this point, this is kind of serving an unmet need of the town. We do need housing. We need housing at a variety of income levels, for a variety of family sizes, for a variety of ages. And I also think the second phase took into account some of what feedback was after phase one. I do, believe it or not, hear from people that think phase one is great and even like the architecture style. I also appreciate that for phase two, some of feedback was taken and architecture was tweaked, and that we're not holding to an arbitrary number of 35 feet so it can give more interest to the architecture. I think actually this is a good project. I think it will add to Los Gatos Boulevard. I like the walkability of the commercial. I love the idea of the bigger park, although I also love the small little areas in phase one, and I think these two projects will work together. I could say a lot more, but at this point, I will just say that I'm going to move. Hold on. I don't have.
And Mr. Mayor, before the motion is
Please.
made, so Goldfarb and Littman did have some recommended improvement to the preference language.
Oh.
And so this recommendation is that the preference language say, at all times, 25% of the BMP units in Building E1 shall be subject to a preference for individuals with developmental disabilities.
Great.
And I apologize. I think it's Building G1. Not...
Okay, G1, thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like well, I guess before I finish my motion, should we ask if everyone on the council, I move that we accept that condition of approval.
Second.
Okay, I'll call the question on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay.
All right, well then.
Before you make your motion,
Yeah, thank
do
you.
other folks have comments they want to make? I have a few things I have written. Or do we want to wait for a motion?
Usually we really wait for a motion, actually.
Go ahead.
All right, and then I'm sure people have a lot to say. I move to consider a recommendation by the Planning Commission and adopt a resolution to approve architecture and site and subdivision applications to construct a mixed-use residential development of 450 units, a vesting tentative map, site improvements requiring a grading permit, and removal of large protected trees under Senate Bill 330 on property zoned North 40 specific plan, housing element overlay zone, located at 14859, 14917, 14925, and 16392 Los Gatos Boulevard, 16250, 16260, and 16270 Burton Road, and assessor parcel number 424-07-116, APNs 424-07-009, -052, -053, -081, -094, -095, -115, and -116. Architecture and site application S-23-031 and subdivision application M-23-005. An initial study was prepared and no additional environmental review is necessary pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15183 streamlining process, since the proposed project's environmental impacts were adequately addressed in the 2040 General Plan EIR. Property owner Yuki Farms LLC, applicant Grosvenor Property Americas, care of Steve Buster, project planner Jocelyn Schutman.
Councilmember Rennie.
I believe you need to also include the recommended changes on 15 to 16 because attachment 2, unless I'm wrong, doesn't have the modifications listed 1, 2, 3, and 4 on page 15 and 16 of our report, 15 of 18.
Yes, that's correct. So those should be added as well as the modifications that were previously voted on this evening.
Okay, right. So, Clerk?
I just wanted to clarify because we provided the conditions in the addendum. So is it including the conditions that was provided in the addendum?
Well, it's including those conditions, although with the modifications that we made tonight in separate motions.
Correct. So it's the conditions that was provided in the addendum with the modifications that were approved during the meeting.
Correct.
Okay.
And then, I mean, just to super clarify, I would say the addendum dated January 12th.
Yes, the most January 12th, 2026.
And I need to clarify, so they're the same things as what's in our staff report on page 15 and 16, correct?
It's attachment 15 plus the conditions contained in the
Attachment
staff report for tonight on pages 15 and 16, in addition to the conditions that were voted on for modifications or additions this evening.
Okay, thank you. Attachment 15.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Hudes.
Yeah, thank you. I won't be supporting the motion for a few reasons. First of all, I don't believe that there is an assurance that affordable units will be built because they're not required to build them as market rate units are made available. I believe the town has exposure to risk of the financing and tax mechanism as it may not be verifiable. I don't know where that ended up in terms of the language and whether that was adopted, but if it was included, I am concerned about that. I don't believe the scheme of moving residents is credible or enforceable. And I believe that the 100-foot building should not be located 20 feet from the boulevard, and I don't find it any way convincing that granting a waiver is required, nor is it compatible with the town's character to have that monolith on the boulevard. I believe there's a health and safety issue with the width of streets that I personally experienced. and I think it's a dangerous condition there. I don't think that the application has effectively dealt with the parking shortfall when there is an obvious solution with an unused parking garage that's adjacent. I have numerous concerns about how density bonus law has been calculated and applied, and the vesting for that. And I have a number of issues with environmental law, the tiering off of a land use element that was rescinded, and the lack of a cumulative analysis that was based on actual development occurring on the boulevard that is obvious. So those are some of the main reasons that I can't support the motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Badami.
I also won't support the motion, but I do support the applicant's endeavor in producing a large number of housing units to satisfy our RENA numbers and our housing element. I'm just not ready to approve it tonight. I voted earlier for continuance so that the public and concerned council members can fully digest the late delivery of documents and desk items, and I maintain that position.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I'll make mine. I'll try to be brief. So I think the North 40 has always been a controversial development in Los Gatos as long as I've been involved in town government, and for much longer before that. I feel like this has been the project people in town feel most strongly about. I think it's reasonable for people to feel frustration, disappointment, and even some anger about this proposal, as we've seen in a few of the emails we've received. And I also want to acknowledge the residents and advocates who we heard from this evening that strongly support the proposal, whether because they want to see housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or just because they want to see more housing built in town in general. I think if the town were to poll residents and ask what their preferred use for the remaining North 40 would be, I somewhat doubt that it would be the exact proposal before us this evening. I suspect many would prefer a large park, a community center, 100% affordable housing, or housing that is less dense. But as we know, the town does not own this site, and we don't have carte blanche discretion to decide what is built. And we have to build a lot of new housing. I think it's important to be very clear and honest about what the question is before us this evening, which is that, as submitted, does this application comply with applicable state housing law under SB 330 and state density bonus law? We should be forthright with the community, and we've talked a lot about transparency this evening, about the delicate legal position that the town is in were we to deny this project, and especially when we talk about the North 40 hypothetical legal concerns are not hypothetical. This is a lesson the town already learned the hard way through North 40 Phase 1, when after the town council at the time denied the proposal, the court ruled that Los Gatos had violated the Housing Accountability Act and housing element law, which turned into a legal battle that cost the town a lot of money and resulted in less control over the final outcome, not more. I think there were serious, legitimate questions about, how this project did or didn't qualify under state density bonus law regarding seeking and agreeing, but I think the clarification we've received from HCD is very clear. I want to be clear for me. I as someone that generally supports housing, I think this is a difficult decision and one that I take very seriously. I think reasonable people can and do disagree about this project, and I respect those disagreements. And I don't view tonight's decision as a reflection of anyone's commitment to Los Gatos or lack thereof. I'll share briefly the reasons why I believe we should support this project. I have 7. They're very brief. The first is that this project complies with state housing law, which significantly constrains our discretion. Second, the development would account for roughly 25% of the total housing Los Gatos is required to produce over the next 8 years. We are required to plan for approximately 2,000 units, and those units have to be built somewhere. Related to that, third, if Los Gatos must accommodate this substantial amount of new housing, I believe this is the single most appropriate location to do so. The site does not border established neighborhoods and is adjacent to 2 highways. Compared to dense neighborhoods in downtown, or compared to creating dense developments in downtown or within residential neighborhoods, I think this location minimizes the impact on residents. Fourth, this project would deliver 77 deed-restricted affordable units, including 16 for individuals with developmental disabilities. Affordable housing is desperately needed in Los Gatos, and without this project, those 77 units, simply would not get built. Especially compelling to me, it's clear that this is something that our developmentally disabled community members in Los Gatos are in staunch support of, and this project would be life-changing for those families. Eden is a proven partner, and we heard this evening that they have not failed once in their ability to deliver on their affordable housing developments, which I find to be particularly persuasive. Additionally, naturally affordable townhomes and apartments will create home ownership and rental opportunities for working families and individuals. Fifth, the proposal creates a 3.5-acre publicly accessible green space with a meadow and amphitheater, bringing a substantial park to the northern part of Los Gatos. Sixth, this is a mixed-use project with nearly 20,000 feet of commercial and retail space, meaning that residents are less likely to get in their car to pick up dinner or go shopping, leading to less traffic. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, denying this project would almost certainly expose the town to a multi-million-dollar lawsuit with a high likelihood of losing and further eroding local control. I know this is not the outcome if we vote to support this that all residents had hoped for, but my commitment, regardless of tonight's vote, is to continue advocating for our town council's control, our local control, to hold developers accountable to every condition imposed, to increase affordable housing in town, and to ensure that as Los Gatos grows, it does so as thoughtfully and responsibly as possible. What I got. Any other thoughts? Okay. I will call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion passes 3-2. Thank you, and this meeting is adjourned.